All right. You found your way back to Z Show. Welcome. Come one, come all. It's the one and only Z Show. Howdy, everybody. Much appreciated. Much obliged. Yeah, good to be back. Although I took a week off. But in metaversal time, it might as well have been like a year. The metaverse moves at a speed that's a bit faster than maybe some would be used to. But some things never change. Some loops have been looping for like over a year now. But this is Z Show. We endeavor to break the loop. But welcome. Climb aboard. We have a big show ahead of us. As you see, we have the illustrious Rose 777 up next. She apparently has a new YouTube channel. Yet another YouTube channel. Apparently this is it. Rose has had to make so many channels that she's just given up on an icon. It's just a brown R. The most basic thing ever. Although I really don't have any room to talk because mine's just a Z, but it's a flaming Z. So, and as I've said before, I'm embarking to become the most prominent Z, even more so than the Zorro Z. Because right now, people see a flaming Z, it's Zorro. We're looking to change that. It's time for a new Z. Z, the hero of a new generation. Sorry, Zorro, step aside. Zorro, too bad. You were always pretty lame anyway. You may be the lamest superhero there is. Can we even consider Zorro a superhero? I'm not sure. We could debate that one later. Maybe Rose could weigh in on that. What do you think, Rose? Is Zorro a superhero? What about that Lone Ranger? I'm going to go with no, but what do I know? Because then you're going to have to put in like the Three Musketeers. And then like everybody's a superhero at that point. Like, where do we draw the line? He doesn't have superpowers. Is that the line for superhero? Apparently Batman doesn't have superpowers, but he's a superhero. What do I know, though? Yes, Alramus, not Zionist. We're not any. There's no Zionist superheroes here, except maybe Rose. I don't know. I have Rose backstage. Like I said, she's up next. Rose, you may be interested to know that more and more people are basically warning me about you. It's this whole thing about Rose. Be careful about Rose. Look out for Rose. Everybody's a conspiracy theorist around here. What do I know? Heidi says that I'm her superhero. Thanks, Heidi. That's sweet. I'll take it. Are you then my Lois Lane? Or my what's the one in Spider-Man? Mary Jane, isn't it her name? There was another one. Spider-Man had two bitches. Which good for you, Spider-Man. Because every other superhero appears to be a complete simp. I mean, look at Superman. He was completely stuck on that Lois Lane. And I saw the first 3 Superman movies. That Lois Lane wasn't really much to look at. She kind of sucked, really. Who cast her? Who did she blow to get that part? Her name was like Margot something. I forget her name. So Superman, Mega Simp, stuck on Lois. Batman, same thing. He was stuck on whatever her name is. Not Spider-Man. He had two ladies. Much love, Spider-Man. Thunder Chicken says Rose is definitely a superhero. You and I can agree on that, Thunder Chicken. I share that sentiment. Rose is like constantly behind the scene, like moving and shaking, making things happen. More than anybody really knows. I think Rose does have a superpower. She apparently doesn't sleep. Rose, that's got to be a superpower. Your ability to never sleep. It's got to be. That's Rose's superpower. She's just up all night being like a nosy busybody. For some reason, I like keeping people backstage and like talking about them and stuff. I don't know. There's like a weird, like sadistic aspect to it that I enjoy. It's weird. But I agree. Rose is a superhero. Thunder Chicken. And Thunder Chicken, welcome back. Released. Thunder Chicken is now a free man. He's no longer no longer caged up. I was going to say in penitentiary, but I don't think he ever made it to penitentiary. I think he was just in, jail. Not sure. Maybe one day Rose and I'll do like a segment where Rose just like unleashes her Mossad Zionist Jewish files that she has on everybody. Because she jokes that she has these files on everybody, but it's not a joke. Like, that's the funny part. It's not a joke. That's what makes it funny. Rose actually has files on like all the major content creators of the truth community. One day, Rose, if you ever just want to like hit the demo button on the entire truther community, come on here and we'll just do it. There's like 4 content creators right now who are going to hear this. They're like shitting their pants. Yeah, Flow State says Rose Power moved herself into a wrench on his channel like one day after she subbed. Well, that's it, Flow State, and good for you. That was a good move on your part. You need to capitulate to Rose. You made the smart move. It was very political. Like I said, she has the keys to bring down the entire truth community. One day, Rose, if you go really dark, Rose, we'll do it. We'll pull the plug on this whole thing. Watch everybody go down the drain. Oh, man. Thunder Chicken's talking about mask tards. What do you mean, Thunder Chicken? They were wearing masks in jail? He says, nope, just county jail. Did time to avoid probation. Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, much love, everybody. I hope you're all well. Because a reminder, here at Z Show, we are about good intentions, loving intent, good vibrations, positive mindset. What else do we have at this point? We really don't have any other option. The only other option would be just to submit to this mindfuck matrix that they've been creating for us for centuries, if not millennia at this point. Who knows? I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to throw the entire history book out the window at this point. Based off our good friend Nachiketa's last appearance here and other things that I've been researching recently, I don't know what to think anymore. It's starting to look more and more like they made up the entire history that they've given to us. I mean, all of it. All of it. Everything like Renaissance and before seems to be made up completely. Languages, civilizations, it's starting to blow my mind in so many ways. And there's nowhere else to go but here on the internet and just talk about it over and over again because there's no way back. I've intellectually, emotionally, cognitively burned all bridges back to like normalcy, quote unquote normalcy. There's just no way back at this point. Have you tried having a conversation with these people out there? It's almost impossible. It's fruitless. And we continuously just need to take the high road in any conversation, which I'm getting tired of. I would love to just go have a normal conversation with somebody like at the store, at the grocery store. But I can't. So I just play along with like their whole world. Or I don't. Either way. I almost don't even want to know anymore. I think I'm done at this point. Yeah, I say that, but in reality, I'm like insatiable. I can't get enough of information. It's cuckoo. Flow State, are you still here? I don't want to make the whole show about this, and I was going to hesitate to bring it up, but yeah, Three Fingers. It's crazy out there, Home Slice. Good to see you, man. Flow State, if you're still here, man. I was watching Jack last night, our good friend Jack, and I watched him blow a gasket. I think smoke came out of his ears last night, literally. Yeah, Flow State. Do you know what I'm talking about? I almost don't even want to go there, but it was so insane to watch it happen that I just wanted, like, I want to be validated, Mr. Flow State, that I didn't make it up in my head. Jack literally, when I say literally, you know, people say literally, like he blew a gasket. Yeah, Don't Judge Me got scared. I watched Don't Judge Me like have a real moment of like fear. Maybe we'll talk to Jack sometime soon. We'll check in on our friend Mr. Talcott. But Rose, I almost I should have pulled it and played it for a clip tonight because this is probably Rose like texting me in the background saying, "Let me up, fuck face." That's my buddy. Flow State says, I've never heard him yell hard enough to clip the fuck out of his mic. Jack, if you're listening, or if you hear this later on, much love, dude. I'm sending you positive intent and loving vibrations, my friend. God, I should have clipped it, man. It was his... I've seen him blow before, but this might have been his biggest eruption ever. Maybe we'll talk to him later. Much love. All right. Let's get this show on the road. Let's get Rose up here. I don't want to be rude to her. I told her 6:55 and it's already 7:01. So, we might as well get going with the show. Because like I said, Rose 777's up next. It's a special Rose special report. Rose contacted me. She says, I've got something. I want to report. I want to do a segment. And I said, that's a good one. Let's do it. So let's do it, everybody. Let me get the opening going. Yeah. Hey, guys, I was gone a week. Like I said, I know in like metaverse world, that's like forever, but come on now, everybody. I have to like step away from this sometimes. I have to. It reminds me like why I do this. Because I get to like not do this for a while and realize like what a shit show like normie society has become. So, and I've been trying to catalog my material. As my longtime listeners know, I try to do that. I'm trying to expose some of my content to other mediums, TikTok, Insta, etc., etc. And I got a lot of material. You know, I could pull 1 or 2 minute clips, put some, I don't know, graphics onto them and start throwing them on TikTok. but it's a lot. It's a whole thing for me. And anybody who does a lot of content creation, like these long form shows, could probably relate to the difficulty with, that endeavor. There's a lot that goes into it. All right, let's get the show started. Camera on. Howdy, folks. Good to see everyone. Pleasantries all around and good tidings. Official opening commencing right now. Good evening, everybody. Greetings and salutations. You found your way back to Z Show. That's right, folks. It's the end of the rainbow, the bottom of the rabbit hole. And as always, we are broadcasting live and in living color around the level, horizontal, topographical plane that we call Earth. Yes, everybody, we are in for a really big show. Like I said, up next is Rose 777 with a special segment. And as always, I'm sure we'll meet plenty of fine guests tonight. And as you guys all know, a stranger is only a friend you have not met yet. So buckle up, everybody. Climb aboard. The Airship Z Show is about to take off. Much love. Who's here? Let's go to the chat. Somewhere in time, good to see you as always. Rose 777, much love. Sovereign Mist in the house. Divine Spark 313, lovely lady. Mr. Flow State, as always, good to see you. Mr. Mad Mac coming at you. Don't judge me from the FLA. Nice to see you. Jill the Pill says, Z, you're a little bit of a drama queen, right? Much love, Jill the Pill. Don Macron, much love. Mark the Arc Spark. Good to see you, Mark. Thunder Chicken again. Welcome back. Good to see you, good sir. Heidi mixing up her icons. Joe Moore, shalom, shalom, and shalom. Mr. Three Fingers, still doing his thing. Much love, Three Fingers. Hope you are well, good sir. Decamp. Hi, Decamp. Good to see you. Lightning Turkey. Good name, Lightning Turkey. Just says, duh. I think your reference to duh was probably in my, in relation to my comment that all of history could pretty much be thrown out the window at this point. I'm tossing history out, guys. It's gone. It's out. History's out the window. They made it up. It's cuckoo. I know. That's the new thing in trutherism, at least for me. I thought the flat earth thing was going to be the biggest thing that blew my mind away when I found out, 7 years ago now. Has it been that long? About, the level topographical plane that we call Earth. I thought that was it. It couldn't get any crazier. But now I'm realizing it gets crazier. They just made up history. It's fucking crazy. It just is. Who else is here? There we go. Mr. Hard Hat coming at you. Buddy Stoic, good to see you. And so many more. All right, everybody. Like I said, great show in store. Hopefully people come up later. We'll get to chop it up, talk about whatever's on anybody's mind. Like I said, up next is the incomparable Rose 777. We're going to be chopping it up. But in the meantime, let's regale you with a little bit of music. And we'll be back very, very, very shortly. I'll play a quick song, 2 minutes. All right, everybody, much love. Don't go anywhere. More Z Show in 2. Sing a song, Lucky. I got to get Lucky on. Somebody tell Lucky Z wants him on the show. I'll tell him myself. Much love, everybody.
Lord,
sing along at home if you know the words.
What have I ever done to deserve even one of the pleasures I've known. Tell me, Lord, what did I ever do to deserve loving you in the kindness you've shown? And Lord, help me, Jesus, I've wasted it, so help me, Jesus. I know what I am, and now that I know that I needed you, so help me, Jesus. My soul's in your hand. Try me, Lord, if you think there's a way I can try to repay all I've taken from you. Tell me, Lord, I could show someone else what I've been through myself on my way back to you. And Lord, help me, Jesus, I've wasted it, so help me, Jesus. I know what I am, and now that I know that I needed you, so help me, Jesus. My soul's in your hand, Jesus. My soul's in your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Lucky Haskins, everybody. Long live Mr. Haskins. True American original, a Rust Belt hero, and my big brother in truth. We're going to get Lucky on the show soon. I just know we are. And as he says, Lord help me, Jesus, my soul's in your hands. Ooh, according to Nachiketa, we found out that Jesus Christ was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed person. And he wasn't like, Semitic and swarthy. Like I said, strange world, everybody. All right, let's get her up here. You may know her from, well, you guys know Rose, and if you don't, you're about to meet her. She is, I call her the brains behind the Crow 777 radio broadcast, Crow 777 podcast. Now, she'll probably be humble and say, no, Z, I'm just basically, I just do some kind of stuff behind the scenes. But, well, I know the truth. Because not only is Rose the brains of the Crow 777 show, she's pretty much the brains of the whole truther community in general. And you think that I jest, but I do not. Anyway, without any further ado, let's welcome her back to Z Show. Rose, good to see you.
Good evening and happy Monday, and hello to everyone in the chat. It is great to be here. I'm certainly happy that the show is back, and I'm excited for the segment. And also, it is torture when you talk to me. I don't mind waiting backstage forever. But if you talk to me and ask me questions, you are asking questions to someone who can't say anything back. Anyway, I consider it a spiritual
I
exercise.
know.
Thank you for that as well.
Like I said, there's a sadism involved in it, Rose. I know it. I know it as I'm doing it. It's a weird kind of like psychological foreplay. Consider it like, the proverbial tying somebody to the bedpost and et cetera, et cetera. It's crazy, Rose. It's weird.
And you loved it as a doctor, and you miss subconsciously the waiting room and having people check in and line up to wait for you and having scheduled their whole day around this appointment.
It's funny. There was always you're right. There's a weird kind of like control power to it when you're like, you're 20 minutes late, like you're 20 minutes over with your patient and your other patient's been waiting for you. But in your head, you're like, it doesn't matter. They have to wait for me anyway. There's a weird thing to it. I mean, no, but that's just in reality, Rose, it's when you work in a healthcare environment, time is money, and it's really a shame because you're expected to see a certain volume of patients in an X amount of time, and a lot of times it really starts to affect the quality of care that patients receive in that environment, because you have to get it done. You have to move on to the next patient, and it could snowball. That's the thing about when you're packed like that. If you get behind, it snowballs and it gets real ugly. And so you learn how to be efficient, really. And God, I can get into the whole thing about reimbursement through insurance companies and everything. It's if we get into the healthcare thing, it's fucked up. What's funny, Rose? I was going to pull a clip of. I was presented with an award when I was in that world by the president of the hospital. I was going to pull it and play it here and just kind of go through some nostalgia for people, but I didn't do it. Maybe I'll do it in a future show.
That would be cool. I got an award at Citrix for what was it? It was excellency in Q4 of 2008.
Interesting. So Citrix so you worked for Citrix. There's some kind of software company. I used Citrix somewhere. It was in my professional career. I remember hitting the Citrix button, and it was a portal to something. It was either a server or a platform. Can you remind me what Citrix is?
Okay, so there's the big Citrix, and then there's Citrix Online. And I worked for Citrix Online, which started off with the 3 main products, which was GoToMyPC, which is remote desktop. So people would log into their computer from a remote location. All someone has to do is download the software into that host computer. And as long as it maintains an internet connection, you could access it and work on it as if you were sitting right in front of it from anywhere in the world.
Yes.
Meeting. GoToMeeting is kind of like Zoom, but with more presentation tools. And then there was GoToWebinar with way more bells and whistles. And then while I was there, we also developed GoToAssist, which is like GoToMyPC, but like rebranded, and the graphic user interface changed so that it was providing customer service. So a small business could use our software to remotely access their customer's computer, and lots of little graphic user interface bells and whistles to make it easy for the supporter as well as, the old person on the other side that needs to make sure their computer's plugged in, and then something that I had a lot to do with, a lot of input was, and every now and then I have to go back and check and see, what's going on with that product now, but it's called GoToTraining. So it's like GoToWebinar, but with the added feature of quizzes and surveys and polls and just ways to make it fun and
let me ask you something. So first off, let me say that's what I remember. I used to use Citrix when I was using whatever, like I said, whatever software I needed for diagnostics or whatever at the hospital. And I would use Citrix to connect into that. And then we used to use GoToMeeting also, which is funny. Do you feel as though if you stayed in that corporate world and you were able to bear it, do you think you would have ascended the corporate ladder pretty high?
Well, part of the reason why I left is that I wanted to move into another position that I knew I would be really good at, and everyone agreed with me. And I kept getting promotion after promotion after promotion in a certain direction. But where I wanted to go, they said that I needed to go back to college and finish my bachelor's degree, which I never finished, of course. I was so frustrated, constantly changing my major over and over and over again in every single different direction. And so I didn't want to go back. And I just thought it was bullshit that I was already in the company, had so much respect. And they're like, well, maybe you can go to night school. And
right.
I was super grateful for the position that I had. And it was I could have just stayed there. But because I wasn't willing to go back to school and get my bachelor's degree, there's no way I would have been able to ascend to the area that I wanted to. But if it wasn't for that situation, if I had had a bachelor's degree, then yes, I think that I would have gone all the way up.
Yeah, I understand. Isn't it weird that you just needed the stupid degree to get? That's crazy. It's what would that have done for you? And it's okay, were they going to offer it to pay for your night classes or whatever? You know what I mean?
Well, it was probably a political move too, because as I would ascend, I imagine that it could have pissed other people off who went through the trouble. I don't know. Or maybe they were just using that as an excuse. Maybe I sucked and I wasn't high management material. What I wanted to do was I wanted to move into the position to train the corporate account salespeople in go to training and just focus on making the salespeople so good at the product so they would be good at selling it. But they just wanted me to be a salesperson. And so I just stayed in the like individual user as the training manager. And I really enjoyed that. But then eventually it just like bothered me. And I'm like, I can do what I'm doing here, but to the salespeople and make this company so much money. So I looked at it like, these people are idiots. Like, I'm just trying to help them by moving positions. I'm happy where I'm at. And I would just move here to is what I'm saying making sense? If I was training the salespeople, isn't that better than training the like customer service and tech support people? It's the same fucking job.
Right. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Because they have to know the same things anyway when they're selling it. They have to know all the insides.
It was meant to be, though. It was totally meant to be. I didn't belong there. I really wanted to do something else anyway, and I was definitely comfortable for a while. It was good. It supported me during like the years in my 20s when I was kind of partying and traveling and able to, I mean, I wouldn't be able to do that now, working 40 hours a week and being able to be somewhere at 8 a.m. every single day. I can't physically do it now. Not saying I couldn't work to get back there, but right at this moment, I can't. So,
well, here's the thing. You know, what I've noticed in corporations is typically they promote mediocrity, and it's more about your compliance with the organization than one's ability to actually, you know, succeed, or one's skill level or knowledge level. And I've seen people fail upwards so many times, and it really gives me an understanding now at this point in my life about just the way the economy really works. You know, they make us think that we live in a capitalistic free market system, one in which, the most, let's say that the most efficient or the best business will succeed. It doesn't seem to be that at all. It's kind of like a club and, like a crony capitalism where, if you're in this group or that group, then you get the loan, the too big to fail kind of thing. And this whole thing where now all these big corporations get these government subsidies, and it's such a joke to me. And it makes me really understand the value of private business ownership, and how difficult it is. I was a business owner, and it was very hard to compete as a private business owner in this economy, given so many things. And it's so cuckoo. Things are so upside down that, and you're right. I'm glad you're out of that world. I'm glad I'm out of that world at this point. And like I was saying earlier in the show, Rose, I have no bridges back to it at this point. I basically burned all my bridges back to my career. I did it on purpose. I did it. It was of my own free will and volition as I was doing it, coming online, being Zetetic Warrior, saying the things that I say. There's no way back for me into that world, but I knew it as I was doing it. And I was kind of burning it in effigy. And, it's a trade-off. I mean, how much is one's soul worth, really? Because that's what it seems like. A bunch of people who've just sold out completely to this world. And, it's almost like now there's such a divide. There's such a big, huge chasm between, let's say, the average cult of culture and anybody who's interested in any degree of truth, whatever one may define that as, where I think there was a time you can kind of walk the line. Like, I think there was a time, Rose, where you can kind of be a doctor and like maybe also like be maybe spiritual, or a time where maybe you could be, I don't know, like an accountant and also be like a moral person. I don't know, Rose, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts, but at this point, I think the divide is so big for whatever time this is, that it's really no longer possible to walk the fence or walk the line anymore. And to be any person of morality, ethics, principles, or values, you're almost by necessity going to be rejected from the normie society and culture. What are your thoughts?
I feel like the corporations, they just have to continue perpetuating themselves. So everyone in their positions needs to have stuff to do for their job. So, like, for example, people in a certain department, they'll like routinely change like the branding of something and the the colors of the company. So if I had a bunch of like PowerPoints that had the colors, associated with the PowerPoints, I'd have to redo all of them just because the company decided to like change its branding like every so often. And that kind of shit would just piss me off. So what I'm trying to say is that it just feels like those kinds of corporations, it's soulless, and to have a private business, it's so much more difficult, but so much more worth it. So yeah.
Another thing I wanted to bring up with you randomly is I've been watching a lot of a content creator. The channel's called Alchemical Tech Revolution, and the man's name is Wayne McCroy. And I believe you're familiar with him. I want to say I'm really enjoying his work. Now, here's the thing, Rose. He's a little dry, right? I'm going to drop his link. I'm going to promote him to anybody. His name is Alchemical Tech Revolution. If you're a heady person, if you're really, if you like intelligent work, if you like really high level research, it's a channel you want to definitely check out. Alchemical Tech Revolution, Wayne McCroy. Rose, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with him. What can you tell me about Wayne, and what are your thoughts on him?
I love Wayne. He's a good friend, and he was my co-host, or technically still is. We just aren't making episodes right now, but we should make another episode. But we continued the Poppycock Report together on Rockfin, and it's for free. So if anyone wants to go to Alchemical Tech Revolution on Rockfin, you can see Wayne and I and our Poppycock Report. And we have an amazing intro written by Conspiracy Music Guru. So that's just a side note. But the reason why Wayne kind of like found his way into this community was that when Jason started working with Crow in around 2016, Wayne saw that Jason was posting about esoteric and symbolism related topics, and Wayne was researching esoteric topics and Freemasonry and all these different things too. And they were best friends. Like, Jason calls his mom his aunt, but they're not really blood related, but they just grew up on the same street in Wilkes-Barre area. And they're like brothers, but they lost touch for decades. And then they find out that they're into the same shit, Z. And so then we brought Wayne on for the first time for episode, I think it was either 109 or episode 125. Definitely 125, but maybe 109 was the real first one. And so yeah, Wayne was a regular guest on Crow 777, and he got like way more and more into stuff with, like, it started off with like autism related things, and then it got like more into eugenics and transhumanism, and he's just awesome. He's just a plethora of information, and
right,
also just a really good person. So people should check him out and support him. He's just a plethora.
I just echoed you. Yes, wait. I'm dropping his link right now. Alchemical Tech, because here's the thing, Rose. Part of me wishes I could just come to a point in my life where I go, that's it. I'm done with information. I can't take anymore. It's too much. I can't take anymore. Right. But that's not me. I keep going deeper and I keep going deeper. And I find people and I get interested in them because it's topics that I'm resonating with, and I keep going deeper. And when I came across Wayne, I remembered hearing him from the Crow 777 show because his voice is very distinct. And so I started listening to his stuff, and you're exactly right. He's into eugenics. He's very much into, let's say, the esoteric, the occult, the mystery schools. He has a good take on everything,
and the Bible.
Yes, and he does appear to take a Christian perspective, but not a dogmatic Christian perspective.
Yeah, he's not the kind of Christian that makes Christians look bad.
Right. Like so many, which is weird, Rose, because a lot of the quote unquote Christians that I run into, especially online here, are some of the most vicious and hate-filled. And no offense, and I don't mean you specifically, person, if you're hearing me and you're a quote unquote Christian. I'm speaking in general, like the dogmatic Christians that I run into seem to be very vitriolic in so many ways. But then there's like, the ones like Wayne, where it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, Rose, Nachiketa was on my last show last week before I took my break. And like Notch is like, yeah, Jesus was real. He had blonde hair and blue eyes. It's like a lot of truthyism really boils down to this Christ figure. And even Allah, like these certain, let's say, mystical figures throughout history have seemed to like made some kind of impact on humanity, and their stories have resonated throughout time. So that's why I hesitate to call myself, a Christian, but I resonate very strongly with many of the scriptures and doctrines espoused by these figures. And I think when it becomes religion, that's like a co-opting. That's the control mechanism. It's like everything that's pure eventually becomes like corporatized and controlled. It's like when music comes out. Like I remember like when techno music was really big in the late 80s and early 90s, and there was this big underground techno scene, and then it got corporatized and like stupid. Or it's like that with like rock and roll. It's like anything that comes grassroots has to just become shit at some point. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way it works.
It gets co-opted for the purposes of social engineering, because if you could get people to step into a compartment and adopt a label and some kind of like group mentality, then all you have to do is control the leader of that group, and then all of the followers follow. So like you create the grunge movement, and then you make Kurt Cobain in charge, and then you control him, put him in a dress on stage, and everybody thinks that's interesting.
Yeah, nice point. All right, so let's get going with our segment, Rose. So let's prep the crowd a little bit. So you hit me up earlier and you said, I have a segment I want to do. Check it out. And I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. Go ahead, prep the crowd before we go into it.
Okay, well, I just stumbled upon this clip that really disturbed me. And I don't know, Z, you said that you wanted to play it. But I sent it to Nachiketa, and Nachiketa couldn't even stomach it. So it's that disturbing.
No, we're going to play it. Yeah.
Okay. So you're just going to get a graphic content warning on your video. But the cool thing that I forgot to tell you that you said wow to, should we save that till after so that we could so that people can add that to the equation, or should we?
No, let's prep people. So, okay. So now let's give them the thing. So what we're about to play is, and I've played a few things like this before in the past, where we've seen interactions with law enforcement that have ended in a fatality. There was one I showed a few months ago. Maybe it might have been more than a few months ago. It was a black woman in a parking lot. I don't know if you remember it, Rose. And she had like a altercation with the policy enforcers, and it ended in a fatality, right? And this is another one we're about to show that ended in a fatality. But the reason I think I wanted to show it was because of his backstory. So why don't you fill us in on this guy's backstory a little bit?
Okay, so the cop pulls him over for reckless driving and speeding, and what I caught right away was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he jumps out of the car. Like everyone knows that you're supposed to stay in the car, put your hands on the steering wheel, turn off the car. Like that's what you do in order to keep the cop from getting worried. And your job, so that you stay alive, is not to trigger the cop. And so it just struck me that he jumped out of the car. And obviously that's when the cop
hold on. You might notice the cop, you'll see the cop ordered him out of the car, Rose.
Oh, I didn't. I must.
Yeah, the cop ordered him out of the car. But go ahead, hit us with his backstory, and we'll get into it because I know
Oh my
you're on a
gosh,
time
that
limit
changes
tonight. The
everything.
cop ordered him out of the car.
Okay, well,
Yeah, you'll see.
here's his background, but this is why I don't think he should have been speeding. Someone with this background should be driving in the slow lane forever and just doing whatever they can to never go back to jail again, because he had just gotten out of jail for 16 years for a crime he did not commit. He got out of jail because they found out he didn't commit the crime. So now we all understand why he obviously doesn't resonate with law enforcement. And now I'm even more like, I have to reevaluate the whole thing. So now that I am realizing that the cop told him to get out of the car, I'm realizing that he wasn't being totally fucked up and weird. And now his family, what they said makes a little bit more sense when I looked into that, except when they're like, yeah, he gets a little bit physical. But here's the bottom line. The bottom line is the thing that was so disturbing about it was that with his bare hands, without a weapon, he grabs the officer's neck and he pushes his head back so much that it's scary. And it almost gave me a stomach ache. And I thought the cop was going to die. And so obviously I understand why the cop shot him. So, but I just don't understand. But the problem is, yeah, we just have to. Now I'm ready to watch it because
let's go into it because I have a little bit of a different take on it. But let's play it and we'll comment on it and we'll let the audience see it. So again, this is graphic. This ends in a death. I mean, look, it's on YouTube, so we're gonna play it. There's a lot of stuff like this on YouTube. And again, the backstory on the gentleman we're about to see is that he was in jail for a number of years and he was acquitted. They found out that he was falsely imprisoned, which I almost want to look up the backstory on that, like why he was in jail, but that's probably less important than the fact that he was falsely imprisoned for years. And now we see this situation. Another thing I want to say before we start this, Rose, is that part of me thinks that this content gets promoted on social media because it's so divisive. I'll even say for myself, Rose, I watch a lot of auditing videos, like a lot. And I see a lot of Joe Cool, by the way, which is weird. I said this the other day. Joe Cool's like all over these auditing videos. And I watch a lot of these type of things and it automatically triggers my emotions. I start to sweat. I start to either get anxious or angry and even when I try to control my physical response, it hits me on such a deep, like primal level that I'm almost wondering if this whole, let's say Black Lives Matter versus like Back the Blue. I'm almost wondering if this isn't like a big social engineering divide and conquer thing. It's like, oh, get everybody to split. Who's going to back the cops? Who's going to back the quote unquote citizens, and just let everybody fight amongst each other, because I'm seeing more and more of this lately. So do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think that Lightning Turkey has a point because he's noticing that it's the video's 33. But then again, to be fair, Lightning Turkey, this is a montage of the dash footage and the body cam footage. So I don't think it's
that's so crazy. It's 3333. Here's the thing, Lightning Turkey, let's promote this obviously fake video. Here's the thing. We don't know it's obviously fake. Now, we can say anything's fake. Who knows? We can say the whole, George Floyd thing is fake. Every shooting's fake. But can we at least concede to each other that people on occasion get shot? Cops on occasion kill people, right? So okay, are we to say they're all fake and everything's fake? Maybe this is fake. It didn't seem fake to me. It looked like the guy died on the side of the road. You know what I mean? Like, so here's the thing, Lightning Turkey, in much love, but you call it fake. Did you go like call his family, talk to his sister? Because they're on the news. So like, I don't know. Have you done research to say it's fake? I mean, I haven't done research to say it's real. I'll admit it. But when you say it's obviously fake, I don't know how you can prove that it's obviously fake. Well, unless you've gone and you've done the research on them. Whereas it's just that people make so many claims that I'm realizing more and more that we live in this culture where people make unsupported, unevidenced claims constantly on both sides. And I'm more and more just calling bullshit on it and say, yeah, we don't know if it's real. We don't know if it's fake. But to say it's obviously fake, I have to take issue with that. Go
Well,
ahead,
we haven't
Rose.
even played it yet. So to say it's obviously fake before we even play it is a little bit, you know, jumping to it too soon. But whether or not it's fake, it's like the emotions that it provokes. Like I do think it's real because so many times I'm an auto hoaxer and everything I see everywhere, I'm just like fakety fake, 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 fake face. But with this one, I had a real visceral reaction because of the emotional reaction of the cop. It just looks real to me. But I don't want to sit here and monologue about this or that. I'd rather play the video and find out from the chat who thinks it's real and who's fake, and get a sense of those percentages, because there's
All
an
right.
idea of wisdom of the crowd.
All right, let's get into it. All right, first off, Rose, this is the dash cam from the cop's video. This is the car. This is the truck on the left here. All right, where my cursor is that just came into the screen. Now, here's the thing. He's speeding. Okay. But Rose, a lot of people speed. I used to commute in over an hour to and then over an hour back from work each day on major highways through Philadelphia. You know what I mean? On I-95. It's not uncommon for people to go fast, very fast.
I've gotten
90, 95. Go ahead.
I've gotten multiple tickets. I've been pulled over several times, and it's always been for speeding. And yeah, I come from a familial line of speeders, and I didn't see this part. All I saw was the part where like he was out of the car, is the clip that I watched that
All
started.
right, so
And then I found this clip for
yes.
you.
So let's go in. So you see it, right? You see his truck right there.
Yeah.
All right, so let's watch his truck as it goes by the cop.
Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, I think I just got butt dialed by Crow. Sorry.
All right. He's going fast, but that's not crazy fast.
Right. I
right.
have to pretend that I'm watching this for the first time now, because I had
Yeah.
the impression that he jumped
All
out
right.
of the car after getting pulled over, and I thought he was crazy, and so I
Look,
understood why the cop.
All right, so the cop
Okay.
obviously put his lights on and he put his blinker on immediately.
So this is the moment when the guy knows he is caught and he should be pulling over, especially
He
after
is.
getting out of jail for
Watch.
a crime he didn't commit.
Hold
He
on,
knows
watch.
the government's corrupt.
I'm going to show it again. He tries to pull over. He puts his blinker on immediately. Watch. He goes by. You could judge his speed. Okay, now the cop gets in. The cop probably hits his lights right about now-ish, okay? You see him speeding up. His blinker goes on immediately. He can't get over because there's cars, so he's trying to get over.
Uh-huh. Now they're
right.
on. Now his lights are on. His emergency lights are on.
Right. And the
I've
guy
never
already
seen
tried
this before.
All right, the guy tried to put his blinker on. See? All right. So far, this is just a speeding, Rose.
Yeah, and he's acting totally normal.
He's acting normal.
He's doing exactly what he's supposed to do by pulling over.
The sounds is going to kick in a second.
Oh, he went back to the left though. That's weird.
Yeah, but he's obviously trying to get over. He has his blinker on.
Now he went over the line.
All right, so now the sound comes in.
All right, he should pull over right now, and if he doesn't, then he's really stupid. Okay, he's pulling over.
All right, so far, look, this is a typical speeding traffic stop. No more, no less. Okay.
Now he has a B- for me on his conduct in the way he pulled over from a perfectionist point of view. There's no reason for the cop to act any different than usual as of right now.
Right. So now, Rose, if I was the guy in the truck, what I would expect is the police officer to walk up to my door and ask me for my license, registration, and insurance. I've been pulled over for speeding, and I don't speed a lot, but I've been pulled over before, maybe once for speeding and maybe twice for like other things. I don't know. But like, this is just where the cop comes up to the fucking window and asks you for your stuff. Watch what this cop does.
Yeah, this is where I think I started watching.
All right, watch.
Make it loud so I could hear what the cop says to him.
It's as loud as it goes.
10-4, change the items for T Tango.
Step out.
His first words were "step out." He's
oh
not.
my gosh.
He didn't even walk up to the truck. All right, so here's the thing. Now, whatever unfolds from here, I'm gonna say the cop was the initiator of the aggression and the conflict. Okay, plain and simple. This is just a typical traffic stop. The cop was pissed off for some other reason, walks up and says, "Step out." Your thoughts?
This is so insane. It completely changes my perspective of the situation. I mean, it's insane. I mean, yes, he swerved a little bit while we were watching. I called out every little thing that you could criticize. And even though I was being super critical that he sped up a lot to pass that semi and he went back into the left lane instead of just continuing to go to the right, like you can be picky, but that's no way to be like, step out. Because of, like I said earlier, it's expected for a stop of this nature to stay in the car, turn it off, and like stay put your hands on the steering wheel. That's what I was taught, and that's what I've always done. So I don't know how fast he was going. The fastest I've gone pulled over was maybe 88. And
I've seen people go 95 to 100 consistently almost every day.
yeah,
Like I said, I commuted hours to work on major highways for years. It's not uncommon to see people go that fast. Come on. In some countries, there's no speed limit. I've been out in Montana. The speed limit's like fucking 85 on some roads. So it's not unheard of to go fast on roads. All right, let's continue.
yeah. This is horrifying.
Step out.
And then his second command was step out, and then he screams, "Step out."
Yeah.
This is so unconventional and uncalled for. I'm flummoxed. Now, the driver fucked up too, but this cop is out of line already. All right.
Get out. Get out. Put your hand.
He ordered him out of the car 4 times on the side of a highway, and now he's going to make him. This is so unconventional, and I know this cop got off.
And he's on the freeway. He's on the
Yeah.
freeway, and it's dangerous to get out on the left side on the freeway. Whenever I've been pulled over on the freeway, the cop goes around to the other side, to the other window.
Right.
This is so weird.
It's also weird that he's a sheriff too. But anyway.
Yeah, it's
Put
not
your hands back here. I ain't doing shit. Put your hands back here.
Then he touches him. Okay. He says, "Put your hands back here." The guy had his hands down. And then he touches him immediately. Where's the de-escalation? This cop escalated this from the get-go, Rose. This was escalated. The cop got in his feelings about something else. He escalated this, and it led to this man's death. I'm not saying this guy should have acted the way he ends up acting, but this is crazy.
I think it's fake. And I'm not just being influenced by the chat. I think that before I thought that he was on drugs and he jumped out of the car, but now I am, like you said, flummoxed. And in a moment, when you see how strong he was when he was getting tased, the fact that he wasn't going down, I'm thinking, oh, like all this is going on, and then this happens, and so the cop is just afraid, like the guy had a vendetta against him to begin with. But now, because of that small detail that I didn't realize, that he was told to get out of the car, this is just the most unjust bullshit that one can imagine. And so anyway, I think it's fake because maybe the taser's fake, and that's how he was able to withstand the tase. Like, let's all look at this tase and decide if you can be strong enough. But maybe 16 years in prison, you get so much muscles that you can stand up with the tase. I've seen it, so I don't know.
Yeah, me too. I don't think this is fake, just for the record, everybody.
Okay.
Obviously, everybody's going to think what they want, but I don't look. I've seen too much in my life, like with my eyes. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen too much to know that this stuff happens fucking constantly. It's
Okay.
just that's all.
So
All right,
we have seen what the chat has said already. I've been watching. And so once we see this extremely violent thing that made me emotional and think it was real before I knew the details before, like, let's see if the chat changes their mind or if they still think it's fake. And let's see what we think. Well, we already know that you don't think it's fake, but let's see if I change my mind after seeing it again.
all right.
Who are you? Staff Sergeant Officer Sheriff's Office. My name is Yahweh. I don't care. Step to the rear.
Notice, Rose, he has a you said he's at a jail, he's on parole. You see the thing around his leg? He's got a parole thing on his left leg. See it?
Okay, so if we're going to assume that this is real, do you think that also influenced the cops' decision in escalating it to
No. No, because he wouldn't have, he escalated it from the get-go without even seeing the guy. Just
True.
when he walked up. And you'll notice the guy points to his foot and lets the cop know. But I think the fact that this guy's on parole influences the way he acts, because in his head he might be like, fuck, this is going to be a major parole. Because think about it, the way this cop is acting, this guy might get hit, like you said, with reckless driving, which isn't just a speeding ticket. And this guy's his head's thinking, oh shit, I might be going back to jail. I think the fact that he's on parole influenced the man's behavior.
It's amazing to me if you focus on this still in the way that he's standing, the way that his shoulders and his hands and his neck and his head, the way that he's standing. If you think that the cop ordered him out of the car, it gives you one perception. But when you think that he jumped out of the car in a weird way, like putting my brain in both of those aspects, like thinking that it was his decision to jump out, he looks crazy and scary right now. But knowing that the policeman told him to get out, it's like he's trying to contain himself because he must be so enraged at the injustice and uncalled for demeanor.
Look, I'm trying to put myself in his situation. Okay. If I was speeding down the road, here's the thing, Rose, there's a million reasons somebody could be speeding down the road. What if he was on his way to the hospital? What if he got a call that his mom was having a heart attack? What if there was an emergency? What if he's a fucking doctor? I know he's in a pickup truck. There's a million reasons why people could speed. This cop was out of line. I've never seen a cop walk up and order somebody out of a car for speeding. I don't care fucking how fast they were going.
Me neither. That's why I thought it was so weird that he was out of the car, because the clip I watched started with him like jumping out. So, oh my gosh, it changes everything to hear the cop do that in the beginning. All right, let's keep going because I have to go soon. Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Rear of this vehicle.
Oh, by the way, everybody, we're not playing all 30. There's only a couple more minutes left. Like half this thing is them doing CPR on him, which we're not going to go through.
Yeah, and half of it is from the cop's point of view. And people can see the title at the top and look this up for themselves and see the whole thing from everyone's perspective.
In the name of the law of the state of Georgia, step back here. Now you're getting tased.
So you might have missed it. He said, I didn't commit a crime. And he said a traffic stop is a crime in the state of Georgia. That is the problem. Let me play that again, Rose.
Yeah.
This is key.
In the name of the law of the state of Georgia. Out! Yahweh. I don't care. Step to the rear of this vehicle. In the name of who? In the name of the law of the state of Georgia. Step back here. Now you're getting tased. I'm going. Watch me now. Put your hands on the back of that truck. Do you see that? Put your hands on the back of
All right. So now he's pointing to his, his little leg bracelet.
that truck. Back of the truck. Both hands. Turn around. 34, can you send me another unit? One non-compliant. Your name is Officer who? Staff Sergeant Aldridge with us.
So now he's getting in this guy's head, Rose. See how the guy pointed to his foot, Rose? He pointed to the cop basically saying, if you arrest me, I'm going to be going back to jail. This is a parole violation.
Yeah.
You understand? He was fucking speeding. This is actually insane.
It's actually insane. And before we watch him get tased, I think that as a cop, he's probably a little pussy and afraid of ever getting into any altercation. And he wanted to use his little taser and watch him go on the ground and wiggle and scream in pain and cry and say, "Why did you tase me?" But he was probably so freaked out that this guy was so strong. And maybe he hadn't seen that before himself.
I know the guy, and the guy does a certain thing before he gets tased. In my mind, the guy makes a decision that he's not going to jail because he puts his hand up to the sky, like to the Lord. I want you to watch and tell me what you think of it.
Camden County Sheriff's Office. Camden County. Put your hand behind your back.
Do I have a warrant? Wait, no. Excuse me.
You see what he said? Do I have a warrant? Because in this guy's mind, he's like, this doesn't make sense. Like that you're doing this, bro. This is crazy, dude. I was late for work and I was speeding because I didn't want to get fired because it's hard enough to get a job when you're a fucking ex-con parolee anyway, who got locked up on false charges to begin with.
It's breaking my heart.
Excuse me.
Either put your hands behind your back because you're getting tased. I'm telling you that right now.
Why am I getting tased?
Because you are under arrest for speeding and reckless driving.
I'm not driving.
You're
He's
under
not
arrest
doing
for
anything, and he's showing his hands to the dash cam.
He said you're under arrest for speeding and reckless driving. Okay, there was no reckless driving. Okay, where's the reasonable and articulable suspicion that he was reckless driving? We watched it happen. He went by the cop. Yeah, he was speeding. That's it. Plain and simple.
Yeah. Yes, Z.
Driving, nobody was hurt. How was I speeding?
You passed me doing 100 miles an hour.
Okay, so that's a speeding ticket, right?
Sir, tickets in the state of Georgia are criminal offenses.
I don't have a ticket.
Tickets in the state of Georgia are criminal offenses. I want you to think about what he said there. Let's really look at the definition of what a crime is. Originally, when, we were like coming up with like society and courts of law, courts of equity, and courts of record, a crime had a very, very specific definition. What crime did he commit? Here's my first question, Rose. Where's the victim?
None. And that's the order following bullshit evil that we see in him saying in this, basically in this jurisdiction, this is more immoral than other jurisdictions, which makes no sense to me. Like that in California, people are allowed to smoke weed recreationally, but in other states, people are, rotting in jail on God knows, some people might even still be on a life sentence. So it's so evil to me that it's only because of this statutory law that has nothing to do with natural law and morality and nothing to do with what the Constitution promises rights to people. It's just a company that's enforcing, and there's someone's about to get murdered.
Right. I mean, come on. He said a traffic ticket is a crime in the state of Georgia. Look, that doesn't make it true. It doesn't matter how many legislators pass bullshit laws like that, how many judges sign off on it. A traffic violation is not a crime. We know that. This is crazy. All right, so watch the moment where he points up to the sky, Rose, because in my mind, this gentleman makes a decision that he's not going back to jail because he knows he's about to get arrested. And he knows it's going to be a parole violation and it might send him back to jail for years. So he makes a decision he's not going back. That's what I think happens.
Yeah, I think
You do now?
Why?
You passed me doing 100 miles an hour.
And what? Am I going
Hands behind your back. Yes, you are going to jail.
Look what he did. All right. So he puts his hand up in the air. All right. What do you think that move was? The left arm to the sky.
He does look like he's looking at something, but the one thing I want to point out is that in that moment of intensity, he's saying put your hands behind your back. So I don't know why he didn't just do that right there in order to save his own life. But like you said, he points up to the sky instead.
Yeah, I think in his head he said, "Nah, we're not going back to jail. Fuck this." And who knows the circumstances, in this man's life. So as soon as his hand went to the sky, the cop released the taser. You could see the string, you could hear it buzzing. And then here we go. Let's break it down.
Hands behind your back! Put your hands behind your back!
All right, now here's the thing. As soon as he decided to attack, I don't even want to say he attacked. It's pretty much self-defense at this point. But, you know, in the eyes of the legal system, he attacked the cop here. As soon as he did this, one of them was going to die. And that's
Yeah.
just the way it was going to end at that point.
Yep.
All right, so now they're in a death battle. This is two men battling for their life right here.
This is crazy. Like, it's just shocking for me to see. It just blows me away to witness this kind of, like, if it's real, it's so real. You know, it's just that
Look,
moment.
anybody. Look, I respect my audience, but right now about 20% of them, maybe 15, think this is totally fake. Look, I've seen enough in my life to say that I would bet almost anything this is not fake. Just the way it goes down, the way the cop reacts. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
come on,
I'm just
everybody.
neutral for the sake of it. I simply don't know, but through the process of watching it, I'm trying to discern. I have to go in like just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's almost done. It's almost done. All right. So the cop reaches for something. Now, the cop, by reaching back, exposes himself. And this man now has the advantage because the cop removed his right hand to reach for something. But you'll be interesting to see that he reaches not for his gun, but he grabs his baton.
Yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch.
All right. So
This is horrifying and scary, like a horror movie.
it's so great. Now, he says, yeah, bitch, because now he's overcoming the cop. But again, the cop reached for his baton. He hits him with the baton and gets him to the ground. All right. The man falls. Then the cop reaches for the gun and ends it. See, now right now he's reaching for his gun.
Sit down!
And he popped him.
Sit down!
And that was that.
Sit down!
Okay, I don't think I need to see any more of this video because I already watched it, but you could keep playing it after I'm gone.
Well, that's it. That's pretty much it. Now the paramedics come and they fucking pump him, and that's it. So I guess here's the thing, Rosen, and I got to run. You know, I guess there's a couple things. One, when I look at this, I just see engineered division. I don't believe this is fake, but I do think that this is playing in to what the controllers want. They don't give a fuck about these low-level cops. Yeah, they might be like, you know, introductory, you know, Masons, like initiates in the Blue Lodge, third degree. You know, if you're a sheriff, there's a 50% chance you're a fucking Mason. But they don't give a fuck about these cops. They're still plebes. They obviously don't give a fuck about the so-called citizenry. So I think they love this shit because everybody chooses a side. Everybody gets their emotions inflamed. They lose their ability to think logically and reasonably. And it just continues the dysfunction. Your thoughts?
I think I'm leaning towards it being real, but I'm staying neutral out of respect for auto hoaxing because I believe it's always good to question things and it doesn't hurt anyone to not believe in something. And then you're securing yourself from not being tricked. But I'm still, after having watched it a second time and feeling the yucky feeling again that makes me so angry about this whole situation of like, authority and followers and just like I was saying before, the statutory law, it just really sickens me. And I think that what we're looking at is a demonstration of whether art or reality, it's a demonstration of evil. I think it absolutely is for the sake of division. And that's the purpose of even making this footage available and shoved in my face for no reason. Like, it was shown to me, and I consider that social engineering so that I could come here and discuss it with you. And then we're all adults and we're not going to get in a fight over it all, even though maybe actually people would, but you and I aren't. We're just discussing it. But in other situations, people could have different points of view, and it could cause, like you said, major division. So yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah, and like what you said, I noticed that they push these things. Like I know a lot of like auditors and stuff, and these people who do this type of content. It gets promoted in the algorithm. They get hundreds of thousands of followers. They get millions of views. This is not suppressed, but yet let somebody like, I don't know, me, or I don't know, like somebody else come on, like Jaren, and talk about, I don't know, science and, fluid dynamics, and how, oceans don't bend and seem to be level and horizontal always. And that gets suppressed, that gets censored. But they're promoting this stuff, if I started to do auditing, if I went down to my local, police station and started fucking with the cops and stuff, you'd probably see my shit getting promoted. And that's why I think this division is like so important to them, is to create this chaos, this order out of chaos. It's that Hegelian dialectic that so many people talk about, and it's this continued problem. And these things get pushed on me too, Rose, and it always inflames my emotions in so many ways, where there has to be something afoot with this. I know you got to run, but for the audience, what was it about this in particular, Rose, that made you want to like come up and like talk about this? Was it because, it was so egregious? What was it?
Well, everything has changed because I thought he jumped out, and I thought this whole conversation was going to be about trying to figure out why the hell he jumped out of the car. So
right. When I first went, my thought was, why would the cop act like this? After the show, I'm going to look up what happened to the cop, what happened with this case. I'm sure they let him off, because he didn't do anything egregious enough to lose his job or get sued or et cetera, et cetera. But
I think murdering is enough to lose your job. But yeah, this is just really upsetting to know that it's just another stupid example of a cop being trigger happy and not see. I think I wanted to talk about cultural literacy because I just feel like maybe he felt scared because of preconceived notions and not having a fair observation of the actual individual search situation and the human being in front of him. And that's really, I would have gotten into a longer discussion about that. And I'm so sorry that I have to go, but maybe people will come up tonight and give their take on it, and I'll be excited to catch up on that later.
All right, Rose, much love as always.
Thank you, Z. Have a great night, everyone. Bye.
All right, Rose, much love. Rose 777, everybody. Always good to see her. Yeah, when Rose presented me with that, I said, yeah, let's play it. It'd be a good conversation. But yeah, everybody, I get these auditing videos pushed on me all the time. Now, fair enough, I watch them. So I'm sure it's in my algorithm, but I watch a lot of things. Hey, guess what, everybody? You know what I watch the most? Flat Earth videos. It's probably the majority of the things that I watch. Guess what never gets promoted to me on my homepage? Never. Flat Earth videos. Weird. Isn't that fucking weird? And all those like mud flood and reset videos that I watch, and all those videos about history, and that never gets promoted to me. But yeah, if I click on 3 auditing videos for the next 3 months, that's all I'll get. 9 out of 10 videos or these type of things. So it just makes me wonder, like why? What do they want with this? And what does it mean? And it also informs how I behave. I used to be very hostile to the policy enforcers, especially when the whole 2020 pandemic debacle kicked off. I've told this story a number of times, where I would walk by I would walk by like a traffic stop, and person in the back, just go away, dude. I'm not letting you up, so just leave. I'll escort you out if you want. Adios. Not you, Morgan. Morgan's in the back. Morgan, I was wondering where you were. I was wondering where you were. But anyway, yeah, I was quite hostile to the policy enforcers, like 2020, 2021, 2022. Man, I would walk by him. I'd see him in a convenience store. I would give him death stares. They probably felt the hate vibes coming off me. But I'm no longer like that. I take a different perspective on this whole thing now. The way I look at it is somebody has to begin to take the higher road in these times. Somebody has to. Like the video we just saw, the man, when the cop behaved like that, it was incumbent upon that gentleman to behave in a better way, take the moral road. And again, I'm sure, like I said, there were circumstances in his life that I'm sure played into that interaction, but somebody has to do it because this appears to be a death culture. We appear to have, I don't know if it's the energetic time that we're in or if there's some kind of psychopathy that's taken over, but we appear to be in a culture that has very little value on human life, human dignity, not even to mention people's rights and freedoms. So somebody's got to take the higher road. Anyway, let me start letting some people up. Links in the chat if you want to join. Yeah, my chat is a buzz. I blocked Tom. It's not that I don't like you, Tommy, if you're listening. It's that he spams my chat. He just brings up inappropriate things at inappropriate times. So, Tommy, if you want to come up and talk to me, you can. But I'm not going to have you in my chat fucking spamming my stuff, Illuma Tommy. I'm not going to do it. I'm just not. If Tom wants to come up and talk to me, he can, but I have to, think about my chat, and there's other people I'm going to be blocking too. I was in somebody else's chat earlier and they were talking about my show and somebody's like, I really like Z show. I love listening to him, but there's certain people that are so mean to me in chat, like over and over again. And it got me thinking something I've been thinking for a while. It's like, well, if I'm going to continue to allow certain people here behaving in certain ways, that's not very appropriate for my listeners. So I don't mind people disagreeing and saying what's on your mind. I encourage that. But I'm not going to let people come and just spam and ruin the show and things like that. So let me let up my guests. Morgan, Clint, and Illuma Tommy.
Yeah,
let me guess.
Morgan,
Illuma Tommy's
Clint,
Morgan,
Clint. I'll be 1 second. We're seeing right here another cuff to an emotional appeal. I'll be preparing some fried cheese sticks, firing one up. I wouldn't give you the numbers. Illuma Tommy gonna break down this Z fail. If you didn't catch my morning of coffee and a Koner with London, this dude's lost his absolute shit. I think it's over Gay Z.
All right, Tom.
I think that's
blah,
the weakest
blah,
dog
blah,
shit.
blah, blah. This is why I fucking blocked you, man. It's because of this shit.
Depression's a hell of a drug.
Clint, I got to tell you something, Clint. Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing, dude. When I first started this endeavor, I had this idea that, hell, if we had an open platform where people can come up and engage in open, honest discourse, that people will be able to find ways to come to resolve or just at least be able to participate in the human act of communication and discourse. I have learned over the more than a year that I've been doing Z Show now that was a very unrealistic expectation of mine, and it's been a learning experience. Go ahead. What do you think?
Excuse me. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Much love, Clint. Much love, Morgan. Welcome back to Z Show. Morgan, I'm going to get to you in a second.
What about my theme song? What happened?
I'm looking it up in the background. I got a little distracted by the Illumitami thing. So, Clint, I figured when you came up, were you watching the last segment I did with Rose?
Yeah, I just caught the very tail end. I ate meat. I just finished eating a cheeseburger, man. I got some meat last week, and this is the first time I ate some straight up meat in a long time.
Wow. Interesting. Yeah. So
last time I did, I had a meatloaf. That Boston Market frozen dinners meatloaf.
No, man, that stuff will make you sick, dude.
Well, dude, I woke up in the middle of the night kicking shit all over. Like, man, it's true, man. It gives you some bad vibes. So this is, I just ate some 100% grass-fed, humanely stuff, and just to see if I'm gonna have the nightmare again, because that Boston Marathon meatloaf fucked me up, man. Didn't mess with my stomach or anything. It just messed with my psyche, man. Somebody was attacking me. I had a knife coming at me. I was kicking and flailing. My cat was all tricked out. Man.
Well, I mean, there's probably a lot to be said about that. I'll give you a similar story from my life. I was vegan for quite a number of years, actually. When I was in my 30s, we're going back, God, maybe 12 or 13 years ago. And Clint, one day I got viciously hungry. Like my body was like, you're going to eat meat now, motherfucker. So I went into some like weird trance-like state, drove to the grocery store, and I picked up like a rack of lamb. Okay. I went home, I threw it in the oven. I cooked the lamb up and I devoured it, dude. It was like my body just unconsciously made me do it. Now, again, I don't have anything against veganism or vegetarianism, whatever you want to call it. I know there's different terms. We can go into that. But I'm a proponent of animal products for a sustainable human diet. I just think animal products are necessary. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to go out and eat steak, but eggs or even dairy or even some kind of animal fats, especially for children. We've had this conversation here before. I don't think children should be put on a total vegetarian or a vegan diet, but that's just my opinion based on research. So anyway, that's my story. But how long had you gone, Clint, without eating meat?
Shit. Well over a year, about 18 months, something like that. Been a while.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Man, we can go
on beans and rice. A lot of beans and rice.
Yeah, I've been eating that. I've been eating a lot of beans and rice lately. It's one of my staples.
Yeah, a lot of leaf, a lot of lettuce and zucchini, tons of mushrooms. I eat mushrooms all the time. That kind of stuff.
Nice, man.
Yeah.
All right, so Clint, before I move on to Nachiketa and Morgan, what did you think about the video Rose and I just played? Do you think these videos have any value? Do you think they're being promoted on social media to basically increase the division amongst the populace? Your thoughts?
Well, let's just put it this way. In the academy, they're telling these recruits, if you're not willing to shoot somebody's grandmother, sister, child, this isn't the job for you. That's what they're telling these guys now. So yeah, this is all about division. They want it, and they want us at war. This is exactly what they want. They want the us me thing, the blue line, and all this stuff. So we can't get
right.
We're all under my control, and you're absolutely right. We can't coming at this angrily is not going to happen. It's not going to work. We got to come out this. We've all been under it, so we got to come at them with honor and peace and love, and explain to them what's going on. I drive around with no license insurance, and I have I kept my old I do have insurance, but I got the old plate on with out-of-date tags, but I have a rap ready to go. So I'm going to explain to them, exactly what's been going on, the history. We're a few days after we were born, we were birthed into the legal system, where we are insured, bonded, and put in a trust. And I got the whole spiel for them. Give them a little history lesson. I'm going to tell them all what I believe officer discretion is truly about, because everything in the legal system has multiple meanings, and the true meaning of officer discretion, as I see it, is whether these guys figure out the difference between legal and lawful. So I'm going to demand that that he invokes his officer discretion and act in his peace officer capacity, what he swore an oath to the Constitution to do. And I'm not, you have to explain to him, you're not a citizen. You're an American. I got a whole spiel about it. I haven't been pulled over, but
Right.
So the thing is, hey, there's a group. They're called the People's Operation Restoration, and they're doing fantastic work. It's they're the women, and it's almost all women, and it's in Arizona. It's the same group that had Bonds for the Win, and they're the ones that got the mask mandates taken out of the schools, and then months later it went all nationwide. The mask mandate was gone. These ladies are getting it done, man. It's awesome, and they got a splinter groups off. Like there's one group that's trying to get to these sheriffs and get the chemtrails taken out, because the sheriffs have tons of fucking power, dude. A sheriff can kick the goddamn governor out of his state or out of his county.
I know. There's a lot of people don't realize that about the sheriffs. They are an elected position, and as such, they do hold a lot of power here in the U.S.
But we got to go after we got to go after their bonds and their carriers, and that's how they got it done.
Hold on, Clint. Hold on, because we can probably go on forever about this. I appreciate what you're saying and what you stand for and what you stand on. And I like where you're coming from in that you're prepared and you realize that you need to deal with these situations in a very particular way. And you can't be angry. That's the thing. You can't, because, we have an expectation that authority is going to behave in a mature fashion and civil, but that's been shown to not be the case. So somebody has to do it. But anyway, much love, Clint. Hold on, let me talk to Mr. Morgan. How are things, good sir? I was wondering. I said, did Morgan get locked up? I didn't know, but what's going on, Morgan? How are you?
Well, I left 2 weeks ago when I did have court, but the thing is, I was hoping it was going well, and it did too. I was on the big show. I mean, now I'm my own lawyer, so I went to the big show. And like I said, when I walked in, I sat up with the other lawyers. We all sat there talking about what cases until they looked at me and they went, "Oh, you're the simple case of the failed to appear," and then we got other plea thing. And they didn't mind because I wasn't there on any domestic stuff. I saved a dog, and I allegedly spit in a slumlord's face. You know what I mean? So they were like, "Yeah, no problem, guy." And besides, I know the speech. So anyway, it went really well. They went, "You know what? You can start on probation now because we're not, it's been going on for 3 years, by the way." So anyway.
Right. I know. All right. So they're going to put you on probation? Is that what they did?
So I said, you can start that now if you want, since, we're doing it. So I did. I met my probation officer or whatever. There's no chance of even going to jail because we've deferred to, you get what I'm saying, probation. And they said, since you're your own lawyer, you're allowed to start that if you want, because the judges are allowed to help you as soon as you are your own representative. To think about this, when the judge says, "Could the counsel please approach the bench?" When you're your own counsel, they can do that openly. And when the Crown doesn't want to get you, it wasn't anything domestic. So they were like, we're not interested in him getting into any trouble. He's been on the conditions he's been on for 3 years, and not bother the neighbor, not bother the landlord. And he's perfect. You know what I mean? So we believe that he's sober, everything that he said. So, and they even made sure I got the same judge, which in Canada, you can get caught in a rotation of different judges. They even halted the judges on the first one who heard my case, and then who I stated I'm going to plea with. And they were like, let's just keep him on the rotation until he gets the same judge. It's weird, man, when you're a local and in a small Canadian court. And also our officers, like I've been beaten and cuffed and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But then I beat that court in another court case in court. So like our officers have to go to school for a whole year. So one into another, they don't like it when other officers start acting like idiots too much, and they'll take care of you themselves. And I'm saying, anytime I've been incarcerated, and it's been like not in prison, but I mean just in the local lockup or whatever, because of a bit of booze or a little bit of punch to cup, it's always been fair. If ever I've gone away for like maybe a couple months in jail, it's just meaning like to local lockup until I go to court and they're like, okay, you can get out now. It's always been fair. I've never, and like, you know what I mean? I don't hate them. But if you watch those videos, I feel like killing. They're so divisive. I feel like killing when I see them.
Right. Okay. So here's the thing, Morgan.
Positive videos so that I can go, hey, there's an other side to this too. I deliberately go and I watch them being heroes, risking their lives, right? And it really takes the edge off those ones where you see them acting less. It's harder to find them in Canada, though. Oh, they're here, and sometimes they're real jerks. But I'm just saying, you can watch because of all the different states in Canada. There's 10 times more people in America than Canada, and the individual states. Some states have laws that make no sense, and it just leaves the police to go after the citizenry like a game all day long. Pull over, stop. And when they pull over, they're violent and mean, and I wouldn't be able to deal with it. I'd have to move from that state. I'm just saying.
Yeah, man.
I'm just saying. So as a Canadian, I understand that my hate is wrong because it stems from fear. When I'm feeling secure, I don't get mouthy. I get poignant. And if you can make them laugh, you're way more likely to have whatever it is going on. Okay, just go on your way when you're done with it than if you get them angry at you. Like you're much better off making friends. Just in general. That makes sense?
Yeah, man, 100%. It goes back to what I was saying, Morgan, that somebody has to take the high road eventually. It's like the saying, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
Yes.
Somebody has to. If we just all sit here and fucking keep slinging, slings and arrows at each other, man, where does it end? It's insane, dude. It's insane.
Exactly.
All right, let's greet Nachiketa. Nach, welcome to the show, good sir.
What's up, Z? How's it going?
How's it going, man? Good to see you again, dude. I was talking about you earlier on the show today, based off our last conversation. Some of your more recent posts. I know, Nach, you've been going deep, Mr. Nachiketa, and I'm resonating on many of the topics that you have been exploring lately. You seem to be going a bit deeper than I am. So I'm glad you're here, dude. Maybe we could chop it up. We'll talk about whatever you want. But I just wanted to let you know that I'm definitely interested in some of the topics you're resonating on, and we can get into it, man. But what's going on, man?
I just stopped by to say hello. Hey, Morgan and Clint as well. And I was watching that video with the cop thing, and I don't know, I just couldn't watch it through myself. Like I also had to kind of avert my eyes a little bit because I really cannot handle that kind of violence. It's just unnecessary. So, I just feel very sad for humanity when I see things like that in general,
I agree with that, man. It's a sadness for humanity, and I think there's a certain personality type, and a lot of people that resonate around these communities where one could be highly affected by these type of things because it's not just about the surface encounter that we witnessed there, but it's about what it means. It's about the larger, let's say, societal message and narrative that's being expressed there, because it really is so tragic in so many ways, because a fair-minded person can look and put themselves in each of their shoes and say, if I were them, I see why they reacted this way and that way. And there are no simple answers. And I think that people who look for simple answers or who take sides immediately usually do so in a way because they're somewhat fearful to explore maybe their own emotions. And it's easy to just pick a side and go with it, because it saves us the mental and emotional burden of actually exploring the humanity of the situation. And I agree, it is completely tragic.
Yeah, I mean, the circumstance is what it is, as far as I see it. You're a police officer, and that guy, he wasn't really cooperating that much either, and so, like when you're in the position, you have license to, tell people what to do, I guess, right? And that guy wasn't having it, and it just kind of, you can't have it both ways at the end of the day, and I don't know, it's just very tragic, the way I kind of see it. I don't know, I just can't really handle that kind of violence. There's so much violence, as we know, that's going on around the world, and if you have Telegram, and then if you are part of any channels that are like up-to-date news about what's going on, there's stuff happening all over the world that is really I don't know what it's very tragic. What else to say,
Right. Well, what happens is, with this multimedia, this internet and social media, we become desensitized to it. Plus the movies, so many movies that I grew up on and even see now, extreme levels of gratuitous violence where it's just become normalized. It reeks of agenda to me. And I wonder this, when I see people behaving in certain ways, right? To me, I just constantly come back to this understanding of the lack of morality, right? The lack of spirituality that I think has been engendered into this culture. And again, I think it was engineered. I think they removed the concept of a creator or a God or a source. And I think what we're left with is this secularized culture where people are behaving in ways that lack a moral compass. Because I don't remember people being like this even, let's say, 30 years ago or 35 or 40 years ago when I was a youngster. Humanity didn't seem like this. That wasn't that long ago. We're talking about a generation ago. Now, what could have happened on such a mass level to transform the behavior of the entire world? To me, it's this IT age, this technology, this digital world that we live in that has convinced people that there's no God, there's no creator, and this religion of scientism, because I don't think there could be morals without God, plain and simple.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's a natural order to things, and when we have lost our I don't know, like divine connection, then it's like on the dollar bill. They say, well, we should congratulate ourselves because we have created a secular world, right? So that's what they've been doing, right, over the years, to create a secular world, and God is removed, and everything else kind of goes along with it. It's a lot of selfishness, a lot of I don't know, the very like a low vibrational, a small perspective way of looking at the world, and we have to take a step back and see what's happening, in the big picture way, and the only way to do that, you have to understand how you are connected to everything. We are connected to everybody in a way.
We've never also been so full of graphene oxide, plastic, and getting hit with the EMFs that aggravate these substances in us,
Right.
either, or also too,
Yeah.
just my own family. it's crazy, man. The level of anger, and we're getting hit with so much information. I believe it depresses us, and we don't even know it. You know, a lot of people have huge problems even admitting they have depression, let alone, you know, turning it from a condition into a disease. You know, it's nuts.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, the depression, the mental, psychological disorders, they're ubiquitous at this point, where if something becomes normalized, can you even call it a disorder? So if depression is now the norm, can you even define it as depression? It's like the goalposts keep moving. It's like anxiety. People are just by nature anxious. People are by nature angry. People are by nature rude now. It's like, this is what I mean about the lack of morality, the lack of some objective standard of right versus wrong. And I think that's where we're missing in this day and age. Everything has become materialistic, relativistic, and the idea of right and wrong have become synonymous with culturally acceptable. And I think that's the slippery slope, and that's the issue. Go ahead, Morgan.
What you just said, my friend, what is culturally acceptable? It's acceptable. Like the guys going around doing the podcast or whatever, like mocking people. The very fact that they can operate for as long as they do, going into people's houses and terrorizing people on the streets. The one guy just going out and punching people right in the head, and then the cops go out and catch them. And it's like the person's like, oh, I didn't know that was wrong. And society doesn't even seem to jump on them. Like, it actually seems to coddle them in their opinion that they didn't know what they were doing was wrong. The one thing that I see is also all the foreigners entering all the other countries and just absolutely flooding them until there doesn't need to be a war because their countries are completely occupied.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's welcome Party Poet. Welcome to the stream.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Hold on. Let me give you a little bit of volume, Mr. Party Poet. It's been a while, good sir. I was actually thinking about you the other day, which is interesting. How are you?
Actually, I'm okay. I want to congratulate you, one, on getting your show back, and also figuring out that all our past history before 1750 is completely made up. And the one thing I wanted to add to the conversation that you would really be interested in is, first I'll give you the punchline and then I'll tell you how it works. But basically, did you know that you don't have to go to jail for absolutely anything? In fact, you can throw any case out in front of a judge.
Unless it's loss, injury, or harm.
No, in less than 5 minutes.
Loss, injury, and harm, you're going to jail.
Well, hold on, Clint. Hold on. Don't jump all over. So, Party Pot, let me get this straight. You were the one who used to come on my show and discuss the idea of the trust that we all have that was created due to our birth certificate and our status under the citizenship. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, it's called building your straw man, actually. But yeah, you are.
All right. So hold on. Clint, you might be interested in this, but let's give him a chance to kind of get it out. So before we get into what you just said about this idea of crime and our rights, talk to us about sum up again your position that we each have a trust of many millions, if not billions of dollars that was created in our name, that we are the beneficiaries of. Can you give us like an overview on that?
Yeah, I can actually. On top of that, before I do, I made a video that explains it from A to Z, made for dummies. And it's called, and it's on YouTube. It's called, all you got to do is type in, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? But wait, you already are. No sales required. And basically, what that also describes, not going to jail, but basically, in short, when you're born, what they do is they split you.
When do I stop typing, man? I can't keep up.
Hold on, Morgan. This guy usually has a tough time enough as it is. He's doing good tonight. Don't step on him.
Sorry, bro.
You want me to go slower? Is that what you're saying?
No, I was loving it. You said just type this in, and then you started talking and never gave a break. And I was just making it stupid.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It's like the longest title ever because he's got to say it again. Go ahead, say it again, Party Poet.
Okay, it's Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? But wait, you already are. No sales required. Tell me when you typed it in so I can continue.
Okay.
Okay. Now, on YouTube, by the way. And now, basically, when you're born, they split you into two. You are used to seeing all capital letters on your ID. And basically, that in the legalese terms is called all caps, which I might refer to.
But it's dementia.
But basically, the all caps name is a fake U. It's not a real U. The real U is in little letters, but basically they give the fake U a whole lot of money, hoping that you never clue in that you have it, and basically when you die, they suck it out for you. All you got to do is fill out a few pieces of paper, and they will give you the money. It's just
not out. Yeah, they do. Yeah, that's true, man. One of the women from the People's Operation Restoration, she's done it already. Michelle Klon. Yeah, she's done it. It's real, man. We're gonna get access to our trusts. Yeah.
Hold on, Clint. I mean, he's talking about millions of dollars. Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you gotta you just can't say, hey, give me $1 million. You're gonna have to do some stuff with it. You know, you gotta. They're gonna give you access. They're gonna let you get a house and a car and that kind of stuff. But you're not gonna be able to go crazy.
No. I actually, I tell you what. If you watch my video, it tells you how to get in touch with me. But basically, you can ask them to give you a check for $10 million a year every single year until your trust runs out. Now, that basically is anywhere from 30 to 50 years. You can actually do it. I figured out how to do that. And I explained some of it in the video. But
you haven't done it yet, though, have you?
I'm on my way as far as that goes. I got my free credit cards, and I'm on my way.
Did you get your EIN number yet?
Yeah.
Did you set up your own trust to transfer it into?
An EIN number is not a trust. An EIN number.
No, you have to have one, though.
Yeah, you have to have one, but an EIN is not a trust.
But you have to set up your own private trust to transfer from the treasury to your private trust.
No. That is.
Hold on.
Now, see, the water's got. Can I just speak for a minute?
Hold on. I'm trying to let you speak. I'm trying to get some order.
Yeah, I'll shut up.
So order. You don't have to shut up, Clint. But I don't want to get into too much minutia. It's not good for my crowd. He's got a video. I want to ask him like general stuff so people can take something away. So okay, here's the thing though. When was this corporate straw man created? Was it the early 1900s? Was it the late 1800s? Was it have to do with the Fed? Go ahead.
33.
Nope. 1666.
According, because that's what Rose told me. Because I said 1872 once or something like that, and Rose said no, it's 1666. So Rose actually agrees with Party Poet on the date. Okay, so maybe let's go into that because I always thought it was I think 1872, and there
It
was a
doesn't
certain.
matter. It's good to go by now. It's long before you were ever born.
Hold on. So why 1666?
Well, since all of our history is made up, they just slapped any date they wanted down.
All
I
right.
believe that they came to this corner of the world because the Satanists got kicked out from the rest of the freaking world, and they just said, "Here, do whatever the fuck you want
Yeah.
here, and leave us the hell alone." And so basically, this corner of the world is basically run by Satanists, and as long as you can figure out that they lie to you in which direction heaven is, you're okay.
Hold on, Party Paul. Hold on, because I gotta interview you because you'll go off the fucking rails. I like what you're saying. Like I said, it was weird the other day. I thought about you. I was like, "Where's the?" I haven't seen the public trust guy. It was in my head because I was watching something. All right, here's the thing. When you say, and not Chiquetta, I want to hear what your thoughts on this. When you say that Satanists came to this new world, basically, and kind of took over, are you referring specifically to, let's say, the Masonic Order, the Jesuits, the Rosicrucians? Do you have a name or label you can give these occultists? Go ahead.
We call them. That's not what they call themselves, but we call them the Illuminati.
Right.
Okay. Basically, it's just legitimate satanic worshipers that came here. If you want all the clues, a really good test on your knowledge is if you watch the video, the musical to We All Live in a Yellow Submarine. Every single frame, every single basically mark on the screen represents either something about the Earth being flat or the fact that we moved here. Okay.
Interesting. Okay, so
where
you're
did
saying
they come from?
The other
Sorry.
basically we live in a giant ant farm, so we can't leave. So they just booted us to this corner. I mean, it's in the corner because Australia has dog lights. Have you and only in Australia do you get the dog, what do you call it when the sun not the dog lights but it's something dog.
I know what you mean, where the sun kind of
Yeah.
has it almost looks like a cross
Like the halo.
or something. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Like it splits a little bit, like as
Yeah.
if, and you see like basically like two halves on either side, but basically that's like because that's at the edge of the bowl. Now what I'm saying is that the other side is a lot bigger than we were led to believe. Trillions of miles even wouldn't surprise me.
All right,
But
so you're saying there's much more land outside of the known world. So when you say this corner, you didn't mean like, oh, the United States. You meant the known world has
right.
been basically, this is under the control of a certain entity, certain powers that are allowed to reign here. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically, if you notice, the whole ruling class has always been a descendant from one family. And the other thing, if you ever notice how crystals are made, it's not just, you would not have a huge empty spot in the ocean, the Atlantic? Yeah, I think it's the Atlantic Ocean. There's a huge empty spot of land or water. And they're basically saying there's nothing there. But what if the Satanists have their little Shangri-La in that little corner where they rule from, and they hid it from the rest of the world because it's not on any map? But getting back to the straw man, really quick, if you don't mind. Basically, like I said, when you're born, they give you a whole bunch of money, and then they don't tell you about it, thanks to the Rockefeller education that we get. Hoping that when you drop dead, you don't cash it. And like I said, all you got to do is fill out a few pieces of paper. The EIN number is basically so that the IRS can track you. And the IRS has partnered up with the entire world by now, including Russia. They've been partners for a while, long before World War I, actually. But the thing is that they hide it from you, so that you don't even have a clue. And on top of that, they muddy the waters. They've been able to muddy the waters. A lot of folks went looking, and they were given the never ever plan, which basically says, oh sure, you'll get the money, but in dozens of years. When the truth is, you can make your credit cards free in like 2 months. You can ask for a check for $10 million a year once a year in 10 months to a year, give or take. And
let me ask you something. Hold on. Firstly, what are the like? Do you have to renounce your citizenship in some way? How do you basically access in a nutshell?
Stop. What are you a citizen of? Let's start with this. You, Zed himself, or Z. What are you? This.
Well, you're basically saying it's the corporate straw man, the all caps. That's the citizen.
No.
And
Let me clue you in onto something that most people do not know. Okay, when a country goes bankrupt, and by now, if you look up, they all have. Okay, when a country goes bankrupt, they get to keep, and here's the key, between 3 to 10 mile radius inside the state, inside the capital of the country. Depending on the country, the radius of the circle would be different. But in the States and Russia and Canada, it's 10 miles. The other countries are a little bit less. The rest of the country, or the rest of the land that you call the country, belongs to a fucking corporation. It's not really, you do not live, odds are, if you're not in Walla Walla, Washington right now, you do not live in the United States of America to begin with. You're not a citizen of the United States of America. You're a citizen of a corporation. So when you say you have to renounce your citizenship, what are you renouncing it from? Let's start with this. And secondly, no, you do not have to renounce your citizenship because you already are born a free man. It's the system that enslaves you. But
yes, I love you. That's great, man. You actually make sense of it.
We lost them.
The trust that he's talking about, that was the collateral for the bankruptcy in 33. That's the second bankruptcy. The first one was, well, that's arguable. The first or second one was in 1871 or in the 1860s. The Lincoln's Gettysburg Address was a reestablishment of the trust.
Right.
A lot of people think that. Oh shit! I lost my train of thought. Anyways,
well,
if you want to go back to the original trust, it was in Babylon. The Babylonians invented this thing.
All right, hold on, because this is going to go. So I was under that. That was my understanding too. That it was 1933, and it had to do with.
That's the latest incarnation.
Yeah, the corporation, and like you said, the crash and some kind of bankruptcy declaration, and then basically borrowing against us.
We're the collateral, and right. they loaded us. They insured and bonded us, and set up a trust for us, and that was the collateral for. We became the collateral for the bankruptcy for the
gold standard
for the privately owned corporation called the United States, right. Not to be confused with the United States of America. And you are right. You're not a citizen unless you claim to be. You have a citizen. You were given a citizenship a few days after you were born, but you are a Philadelphian, right? You're in Philadelphia, or whatever. I'm a Californian, more broadly an American national, and I have a U.S. citizenship that was given to me.
All right. Hold on. So this stuff is wild and it's fascinating, and I always like Party Poet, but I've talked to him a number of times. It's been a while, and he's still
pretty new into this.
Well, he consistently, says that this money. He says it's easy. But I've been talking to him now for almost a year, and he just still doesn't have it, and his device isn't connected now. And I wanted to ask him, like, if he gets the money, what's he going to do, or is he going to just go off the map? Is he then going to promote this thing more? And I could imagine that if this were true, it could get out of control very quickly with information, which makes me think, and I want to kick it to Nachiketa. I'm under the impression and of the mindset that they are in a very near future, going to crash this entire system because of things like this. I think that they've built this strawman puppet corporation system that is basically built on nothing. This fiat currency seems to be built on nothing but the trust in it, which people no longer have. So I think it's time for them to topple their house of cards and start over again and then consolidate whatever power they can. But I want to go to Notch. Notch, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'll try to be real quick. But like, if what Party Poet is saying is true, and if people can capitalize on this, why not go and take that money out and use it for something good? You know, go and buy land, buy equipment. You know, put it into commodities or whatnot. You know, try to build a community. I just wrote a paper because I'm working with Mindful Exposures about how to create a community. So I just wrote a paper about like what I think a community like is, like a kind of like a little bit of a template. I think that would be a good direction for people to go. Again, like I have no say in this because I have not done anything about this, but I don't disagree with you on the sense that you know, they probably understand that, you know, they're willing to give out like some tens of millions of dollars because ultimately they're going to crash it anyway. They're just like pumping money out of the, you know, out of their paper machines anyway, you know, printing presses. So yeah, this, it's unsustainable. It's you know, and they know it, you know, so they're purposely going to crash the system because it's not going to sustain, and they want to replace it with something else. So prior to that, if you can get some value out of it, fine, why not, right?
Okay, so let me ask you something, Notch, because you said you're looking into ways to develop communities and independent, I'd imagine, kind of sovereign communities. But here's what I've been thinking of, is that what's to stop any from basically what I see is the endemic natural corruption of man? Meaning to say, all right, let's look at the government, and you know, I really give no legitimacy to this, you know, U.S. government, right? It's the United States of America, but I don't really give
United States, not the United States of America. It's two different things.
Well, I know it's different things, but I don't give. No, Clint. I said United States of America on purpose. I don't give any credence to the Declaration of Independence or the Constitution either, dude. So that's why I said United States of America on purpose, because I throw the whole Declaration out. But we can talk about that if you want. But my point is this:
about the Articles of Confederation. What do you think about those?
We can go in. Look, any government that involves democracy and voting to me is illegitimate on its face.
We weren't a democracy; we were a republic. The United States of America is a republic.
We were a constitutional republic, but it's still a representative democracy where people vote for their leaders. Well, hold on, we can get into that. But I wanted to ask Notch something very specific, in that what's to stop any community from the natural corruption of man? Meaning to say, at some point, is this just what humanity does? Do we just develop this government, and does it necessarily become corrupted and evil and unjust just because of human nature? Is this something that can be avoided? Because I see things in nature working, let's say like a tribal system or a family system. But anything that basically starts to grow from a community into a society seems to me to be basically bound for destruction by nature. I want to hear Notch's thoughts, and then we can get into what you were saying, Clint.
I'll try to be quick, but I don't think so myself, just because you know, like what we are experiencing now and what our forefathers, we don't know for how long, but like basically the ground that we were raised on has already been poisoned. So the people like myself and other people who are interested in, like, you know, giving this project a chance, we're starting from scratch and from ground up, and we want to make sure that there's no poison or corruption, all this kind of stuff. So we're gonna have to really give it a shot to know how things are gonna go. Of course, you're gonna have to deal with people. You're gonna have people who's gonna be greedy or lazy or troll-like and stuff like this. But I think, like, without giving it a try, with the idea that, well, it's already gonna get messed up because like people's innate nature is like this, so what's the point of doing that? I don't really share that sentiment myself. I feel like at least we should give it a try and put in the whole old college effort, and then if it fails because people are just too hard to deal with, then so be it. At least we did something. Then I can look back and say, hey, I have no regrets. But sitting here and saying that, like, well, I'm not going to try anything because it's not going to work out, that's not the way to go for me, at least. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
I do. That's what I'm on that wavelength too. It's I think especially once this child stuff gets exposed, and all because that just ruins most of these people. And once they get out, I think you're going to see a whole new side of humanity that's going to surprise you. Money's not going to be an issue anymore. It's not. Everybody's going to have it. The meek shall inherit the earth, and it's happening, man.
Here's the thing, Clint. I thought that, dude. Like, I thought that in 2016 and 2017 when all that stuff you just mentioned blew up. And I just watched people go along to get along. I think a lot of what you just mentioned was one of the main causes of the pandemic. I think people were starting to see certain things. I think the globe lie being one of them, not to mention what you said, the behaviors and the evil ways of these controllers. But dude, I mean, if they didn't wake up, what's to say they're going to do it now, man? The censorship seems bigger than ever. People seem more hypnotized than ever. I just don't share that same, let's say, I don't know, that same positivity that you do, that people are going to basically choose the moral road and actually do something about all these horrible things.
It's going to be another grand experiment, just like the United States of America was in 1776. It's going to be a whole new thing, a whole new experiment, man. We're going to find out, aren't we? It's going to be a trip, man. We're going to be able to see it. We're going to be part of it, man. But we're going to get access to these things. Michelle Klon, this woman that one of the organizers of the People's Operation Restoration, she's a true believer in Q. And we got all the gold back. All these countries were from 2017 on, we're getting all kinds of gold. I don't know if you were paying attention to that, but everybody's got China, Russia. We got tons of gold now, gold and silver, and so that we're not going to be it's not going to be based on a fiat anymore either. I believe that the top echelon was taken out. I mean, look at my governor that's not Gavin Newsom. That's not Joe Biden up there. You haven't seen the real Clintons for a long time, whether they're actors, clones, or whatever. The top echelon's gone, dude. They're gone.
Okay, but do you think? Well, I don't know. I mean, like,
like Michelle says, it's like Michelle says, it's our duty to come up from the bottom up to flip these cops back we're next door neighbors. They don't live on the next island to Epstein. They live next door to us, right? So it's our job to take this country back one county at a time. That's the People's Operation Restoration motto: taking back our republic one county at a time. And this is good.
Clint, I like a lot of what you're saying, but a lot of that to me is hard to swallow. And I'll say, where's the evidence?
I know.
You know,
go ahead. There's a lot of evidence, dude.
No, I mean, like, you heard about like Operation Trust from like Russia and stuff like this, where like basically they know the status quo and they know where people are at, and they want to see, people do want to see changes and stuff like this, but like I don't really have a lot of faith in the Q movement, and I don't have a lot of faith in Trump either. And a lot of what you say I agree with, like we do need to like work from grassroots, from local venues and stuff like this. But like, you know, like these people are very clever, you know, and the way they operate is on another level though too. So like, while we think that we are playing 5D chess with them or whatever, maybe they're playing us a little bit. You know what I mean? I think it's good to be a little bit careful with all this kind of stuff myself.
I think we've been in the
You know?
camps by now. If that was, if they were still, the plan was to get us into FEMA camps, man, and zap us with the 5G. We're all full of the graphene oxide. It would have been easy.
Maybe
The
that
cops were on
wasn't.
their
Maybe that
side.
wasn't the plan, though. I
That
mean,
was
maybe
the plan,
that was a.
dude. You don't get into a poker tournament, get to the final table, and say, I'm gonna bluff my way out of this, and I want to win the next tournament. They had us down for the count, man. Everybody was ready to get on the trains, dude. We saw it. Everybody put the mask on. You know, you don't have it and then say, nah, I'm gonna do it next time. They had us down, and something happened, man. Something happened.
It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me with the whole Q movement. It just seems like a controlled opposition. You know, it's like
They said, are you ready to take back your country?
People are waking up. People are waking up to the whole like that stuff that was going on with the pizza stuff. You know, let's just put it that way, right? And then they're like, okay, what's going on? We're going to dig into that and whatever. And then they gave everybody Epstein. They gave all this kind of stuff. You know, like for me, it's just like another, it's like a big nothing burger. At least that's the way I see it. I mean, I want to be wrong. I want you to be right. Because like my outlook seems like a little bit more dystopian than yours, you know? So like, if you are correct, I'm more than willing to concede that I was wrong and that I should have believed in this movement all along. But then I'm a little bit cautious. I'm a little bit skeptical. That's all.
Of course, yeah. But from the beginning, they've been telling us, "Are you ready to take back your country?" That's what they've been saying, and they're. I think they did the heavy lifting with the top stuff, and they're waiting for us to do the rest. That's what I believe.
All right, so I'll just say
the left
this.
would love a civil war. The left would love a civil war, whatever good that is. And however stupid I sound for saying the left and the right.
Let's just say the controllers would love a civil war because they're on both the Republic. There's just as many other Republicans, dirty Republicans. They're all Democrats. So
yeah, Warp Speed was Trump, man, right, brother? Warp Speed was Trump. Get the jab out.
Who knows what all this? It doesn't even matter whether it's Trump.
I don't know.
A huge part of my waking up was Q.
Trump. Yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm not at all. I don't like Trump, but he might be on our. I think he is on our side, but I think they could have done this a whole better way too. But you got to remember, this is military, you know, so they're going to make a lot of mistakes.
Here's the thing I don't understand, right? Because like the Q movement has all kinds of signs and signals and little clues, and you can go down this like trail and figure out, oh yes, this means that we are in control, blah blah blah. If regular Joes like us,
you're listening to a lot of people that
don't step on them. Try to let them talk. We can't step on each other.
Sorry, Nuts. Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is that if we regular Joes, we're just regular Joes. We're in the truth movement or whatever, but we're just regular Joes, and we know that Trump is on our side. Do you think that those people on the other side don't know that Trump could possibly be a double agent for them? Or are they just allowing it to just like pan out the way it's panning out, thinking, oh, yes, even if he is a double agent, okay, in either direction you go, okay, they know he's a double agent, so they're allowing him to continue on to see what he does. Or maybe he's actually playing with them and playing on their side all along and playing us and taking us for a ride. I don't know. What is the probability on that?
Well, why are they going after him so hard?
To give you the impression. They didn't have to go this hard. I mean, this has just been relentless over for this long. I don't think they didn't need to do that. And why go through all that extra moves when you don't have to? Okay,
I'm not saying he's on our side either. I don't know, and at this point, it doesn't matter. We know what we have to do now. As soon as we flip these cops, it's over. When we flip the cops on our side, it is over. That's their private standing army. And when we get the cops to become our standing army, it is over for them.
All right, Clint, let me ask you something, Clint. Hold on. Because you said this a bunch of times with the cops and flipping them. Now, I used to have the same hope you did years ago, but when 2020 hit, I saw all the cops fucking capitulate to the control matrix. I saw all the doctors doing it. I saw all the politicians doing it. So why should I now have any trust in any of these people, organizations, after seeing the way they behaved with even the slightest amount of basic tyranny and control? I just don't have that same faith that these people are going to take the moral road, because I think we're godless as a culture. So I don't think they even have the concept of morality, because to me, that's the only thing that can turn the tide, is people basically embracing a right thing versus a wrong thing. And I just don't have that same faith, Clint, and I'm not saying you're wrong. And there was a time, Clint, where I would have agreed with almost everything you're saying. But now it's almost like a fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me thing, where I'm looking at it almost in a way Nachiketa is, where it seems to me like a labyrinthian level of control, like the proverbial Russian nesting dolls, that it just goes deeper and deeper and deeper. And I think the control matrix is to such a level that we can't even conjecture it within our worldview, our bookends, and our paradigm. But that's just the way I'm looking at it at this point. And I think it's probably more doom and gloom than some people would like. But that's just kind of the way I'm
with
seeing
our
it
hope
right
remaining
now.
in Christ. Yes, with our hope remaining in Christ. That's where our salvation lies. That's where the joy is. That's where everything's available. It's all in Him.
All right, so let
I
me switch.
I doubted him for my whole life, and the flat Earth, the legal system, Q, all flipped me, and now I'm a total believer.
All right, so let's talk
I'm
about
all
Christ.
in, man.
Let's talk about Christ. Nachiketa, you had mentioned in our last conversation that you believe, based on your research, that the Christ figure was real, that he walked the earth, and indeed he was not a Semitic, as been presented through history, a Semitic Israelite. But you indeed conjectured that he was a blonde hair and blue eyes, almost like an Aryan.
Oh, wow.
Can you go into that a little bit more?
Yeah, I want to hear that.
Yeah. So the events that has happened in the Bible is basically about Europe. It's not about the Middle East. It's not about the current location of Israel. Right? Israel did exist. Like Jerusalem is actually, according to some researchers, they believe it is in Turkey. They call it Constantinople or Istanbul. Okay, but there's a story about Jesus living in Galilee, and that could potentially be France, though, too, where it's like Galley or Gauls who used to live there, right? So basically, like, I'm just going to shorten everything because there's a lot of information. Like the original Arabic was the international language back in the day. Like, this is prior to 500, 600 years ago. Okay, Arabic was the international language. The Arabic now, and including the classic Arabic, quote unquote classic Arabic, and the modern Arabic, actually are a creation of these guys. So who are these guys? Yes, the Illuminati, and then the Vatican took over with their business partners, right? And once they took over, they did the whole Spanish Inquisition, but that wasn't only in Europe, right? They have the Inquisition happening in all over Europe, in Sweden, but they also had it in Australia, in America, and Canada as well. A lot of people were killed and converted, and they were forced to convert. you know, and the children were moved around to different places and told that they, you know, they come from this region or that region. So we have this orphan train stuff that happened basically from 1800s till like basically 1950s. Okay, so people are given like a false history, and then they're given like, you know, a false notion of like where they come from, consolidation of getting rid of the old language and then introducing in the new language, which like more or less occurred between 200 to 300 years ago with the invention of Latin, invention of Greek, invention of Hebrew. You know, so all these languages, you know, that's been dormant for 1,000 years, and then they, during the Renaissance, they modernized it again, while everybody was like more or less speaking Arabic for a couple hundred years, and they were translating everything and saying that you know, we were translating everything from Greek to Arabic and then to English. This is a nonsensical, actually, because like these languages actually didn't exist. They were created out of nothing. So that kind of brings us to where we are. So all these wars, including like the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, the First World War I, World War II, all these wars are basically had multiple purpose. One, to displace people, create and destroy the old culture that's there, and it further traumatized people. Okay, but also it is hiding like the old world. You know, give people like the false sense of like what happened in the past, right? So Civil War didn't actually happen the way we think it happened. It you know, there were like due stuff that was happening back in the 1800s though too, like these fires that were happening not only in Chicago but many cities. You know, like hundreds of them.
As soon as they got
They're getting rid of Tartaria or whatever that is.
All right, so let me play devil's advocate a bit, Notch, just to give you an antithesis to work off of. It's kind of the same thing with the flat earth, because when people are presented with evidence that is contrary to their pre-indoctrinated belief system, they'll usually look for confirmation bias or some type of, you know, convenient, let's say, intellectual escape. And they'll often say things like, how could so many people be in on it? How could they fake an entire science? So with you, I'll ask you this. How could they fake an entire history? How could this be perpetrated? I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just trying to take a mental exercise here, because people will basically, instead of investigating the evidence, they'll jump to motive, they'll jump to logistics, right? So they'll say, how could they have invented the entire Greek culture, the entire Egyptian culture? How could they have convinced academia and education to basically perpetrate this? How does your mind conceptualize these types of things?
Colleges didn't even take students in until about 90 years ago.
Yeah, so so when the takeover happened, you know, the Jesuits were created, right? Jesuits are like the very first CIA or FBI, okay? Like they were like a secret organization, and their number
Weren't
one
they
goal.
the Templars before? No.
The Templars existed, so there's a kind of an obfuscation of the Templars, because like the original Europeans, like before what we know as like Islam and Muslims, they were like Christians. So Christians and Muslims were more or less the same thing, but there was a kind of a split that occurred. Okay, so what they had in common. So basically, you had three groups of people. You had the Cathars, Waldensians, and then you have the Bogomils. Okay, they were the Gothics. Okay, they believed in the Gothic way, which means that Jesus was a messenger of God, not the Son of God, and he didn't go up on the cross. He was not crucified, and up to that point, Jesus was the latest messenger before Muhammad. Okay, but the truth of the matter is, since like Arabic and because being a Muslim, quote unquote, just means you submit to God. That was the only acceptable form of religion, that you have one God, single God, and then you submit to that one all-powerful God, not polytheism and such. Okay, But if so, Islam just means the religion of peace. That's all. Okay, and the original Islam and the current versions of Islam is a little bit different though too. So that's a different story in itself. But to try to answer Z's question about how they went about doing that is that there was a violent takeover that occurred. With I'm hearing myself. I don't know.
You're good.
What's happening? Okay, so basically, once the violent takeover happened, they gave identifications to like France, Germany, Spain, and all these places, and they gave them different languages. Okay, and say, oh yes, you're all different people, and then you have your whole history, because they had to make up for like 1,000 years that they made up. They injected 1,000 years, so they had to like create like, in fact, so they just repeated the same stories over and over again, but they give it a new name. But more or less, that's all they did. Okay, so the reason why, like we talk about the pharaohs, right? Well, it's actually something that happened much recently, rather than like some 4,000 BC or 6,000 BC, as we were taught about Egypt. The pharaohs actually come from Fernese or Ferns, Farn, or Fran. Okay, they have different names, depending on the time, but basically it's Franz. So they come from Italy originally. So they were a military organization. A lot of the family, it's like a house. It's like a big house. It's like so they were generals, right? And they commanded armies, and that's how you need to command an army. Jesuit is an army. Okay, that it's a military order. You have to understand that it's not just a spiritual order, and the Pope is the leader or the general of that army. The Black Pope, the Gray Pope, or the White Pope, it doesn't matter. They're the leader of this military organization. So we get the word France. Actually, they took over France, right? They got rid of the people there, and so France, and then the word foreigner also comes from them, because they were attacking other countries, the French. Okay. And so, like, why Egypt plays a very big role? Because when you look into like Freemasonry, there's a lot of Egyptian motif with it, with the obelisk, right, with the aprons, with the headdresses, you name it. It has a lot of like Egyptian motif. The reason is because of Alexandria. Alexandria is the place where they created the Koine Bible. Okay, so that's where when they invented the Greek, like when you look at Paleo Greek and Paleo Hebrew, they're the same exact language, except one is reversed. It's the mirror. If just Google Paleo Greek and the Paleo Hebrew, they're just mirrored off of each other. But how did they create it? They're actually Arabic that goes backwards, and then they invented the Latin from the Arabic, because you read the Arabic from the left, from the right to the left, but Latin, of course, you read from the left to the right. And then if you break down those letters, they actually look Latin. Okay, so that's how they were able to do it. They needed to do it because Arabic itself is a written language, it's an oral tradition. But also, you cannot create printing presses for them, because, for example, the letter A, if it comes from the beginning or in the middle or at the end, you have 3 completely different letters to work with, depending on the location of that letter. And that's true with most of all the Arabic letters. And plus, there's 28 letters in Arabic, which is the number of digits in your hand. But that actually is the correct number in order to do gematria. Okay, so that's another whole different topic to get into. So I apologize if I'm going all over the place, but like basically Egypt is an important role. But when Attila the Hun, or the Ottoman Empire, what we know as the Ottoman Empire, they took Egypt back because it was actually occupied by these bad guys. But that's where they invented the Bible, and that's where they disseminate the Bible, and that's why that Bible has a very important role in their religion, you can say, because like when you swear on the Bible, you're basically saying that I am accepting that this is to be the truth, right? So they are saying that, okay, you are swearing to God that that this is the truth, right? And they rather have you do that because they tampered with it. Okay.
God says not to do.
What's that?
God says not to do it because a promise is a lie, right? And because we're bound by time, and you can't change one hair on your head to white or black by saying, "I wish it that way." Like, let your yes be yes and your no be no. Like Matthew 5, 20, 35, 36, 37. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth to the Bible, without a doubt, and it's a tremendous book. But the thing is, it's been tampered with, and the main issue is that they want, and so the both, the Catholic Church and the Greek Orthodox Church seems to be under their control as well. And then again, when I go back to the Jesuits, like the number one reason why they were created is to convert Muslims, but they're most active. The Jesuits were most active in America and Europe. So why would they be going to Europe, and why would they be going to America or Australia to convert Muslims? Well, because that was the number one mission, right? That was their number one reason why they were created. So the reason is because people were Muslim in those countries initially.
All right, Notch. Let me ask you something specifically about the Jesuits. What is your idea of the modern day Jesuit? Now, somebody goes to their local church and say it's a Jesuit, because I've actually seen in churches around me Jesuit priests. They dress a little bit differently. They're a little bit more fancy, and not so. I don't want to get too specific, but I recently was introduced to a Jesuit priest near me. I was in a store. Some of my friends were opening up a store, and they're members of, let's say, a local Roman Catholic church. And in walked the local priest, who they're parishioners of his thing. And, I met him and I shook his hand and everything. And, he was a Jesuit. He's a Jesuit priest confirmed. And interestingly enough, at the time, this was a couple summers ago, I was doing different odd jobs, and I was working for this guy, and it was the same guy, and we were doing yard work for one of the churches, and this Jesuit priest came out, and I grew up in the Catholic Church, and so I was around my fair share of priests, but Notch, he was different. Like I said, his dress was much more ornate and fancy. He had some weird, sweet perfume that he was wearing, and he had a very strange vibe. So he was definitely different than every other priest that I met.
One to get in your pants.
He was very elegant. Yes, he was very elegant. He just had a certain vibe to him. So I just wonder, Notch, what is your idea, your conception of the modern day Jesuit? Are they still carrying this original Jesuit creed that they had? Are they still these subversive, like you said, almost CIA-like trickster, militaristic, people? Or is that gone? And are they almost like you see, like the average Mason now, who really doesn't have a clue about like their beginnings?
Yeah. So, just like in the CIA or in the military, it's compartmentalized. So just because you're in the military, that doesn't mean you have access to all information, right? Where are you in the rung, right? So like the top level people, they know what's going on. When you talk about history, like Fomenko basically goes back and talk about Scaliger and Petavius. Scaliger's father's name was Julius Caesar. This was back in 1500s, so these people are responsible for creating new history and introducing the Julian calendar and the Gregorian calendar as we know it. Okay, so that's the injection of 1,000 years and plus like 185 years or so. So this is just to compute.
All right, hold on. So I would agree that a lot of the stuff that I'm looking into is telling me that there was an 800 years of history that was added. Basically, the fall of Rome, whatever that was, up to the Renaissance period, like the post, let's say, Black Plague period, the Middle Ages, seems to have not even existed. All right. So do you think that the Christ figure came and that the story of Revelation actually took place not long after this Christ figure. Some say maybe even a couple decades after, and that we have achieved this millennial reign already. What are your thoughts on that?
This I don't really know. I cannot say one way or another, but my suspicion is that these organizations are very good. Like I don't know how familiar you guys are with the movie Dune, but I did like a breakdown about the Messiah programming.
Right.
So
and do you know his mom was part of a group called the Bene Jesuits in the movie?
Yeah, Bene Gesserits.
Yeah. Hold on a second,
so-
Notch. Hold that thought. Hold on. I need to talk to somebody. I'm gonna let you up, Snafu, but I gotta.
Oh no!
Hold on. I need to
Oh
talk to
my God, you're
Snafu. I'm
broadcast
kind of
killer.
tired. I'm tired of your bullshit, Snafu. If you want to know the truth, I'm just gonna let him up to
Jesus.
tell him that, dude. Snafu, you're like a wrecking ball. Multiple of my listeners have told me that they don't want to be in my chat because you fucking threaten people. You basically I don't know, you denigrate people constantly, and you do not appear to you don't want to have any resolution with anybody, and you're just constantly looking for conflict. So I'm moving on from you, Snafu, because I've given you enough chances. I like components of you in my show, but you've hit a point now where you basically burned every bridge to relative discourse and basically civil communication. And I'm not even doing this as a bit, Snafu. I'm being dead serious. So I'd like to hear what you say, and I'm not going to keep you up here long because I don't want to fucking have my show be a complete fucking shit show, dude, because I think the stuff that we're talking about actually means something. So I just think you're going to come up here and rip Nachiketa for no reason, which is weird because he appears to be a researcher for truth who lives a very simple life. And I don't know where you're coming from. I'll give you a chance to speak, but I'm not going to leave you up long.
You know, it's funny, Z, you're a coward because you listen to people other than your own fucking shit. But here's what
I'm listening to myself.
No, not Chiquita, the pedophile supporting fuck.
You've extended your welcome on my channel,
Nacho,
Snafu.
you supported pedophiles.
You
Nacho,
pushed it
has
too
a daddy.
far. You pushed
if your
it too
audience
far,
don't give a fuck, you
Snafu.
fake as
I
fuck,
can't
Z.
even have
We
a
know you're fake,
conversation
Z.
with you.
You're
I
gonna
can't
fucking
even-
do what your
This
audience wants
isn't
for
where I
money
want
and
my
grip.
show to go.
You're a sellout,
Fuckface.
Z.
You understand?
You became
I'm
a
here
sellout
for a
a long
certain
time
reason
ago. We
that
will
you don't
strike your
understand.
channel. And Nacho, you pedophile supporting piece of shit.
Right, so you're
How?
going to threaten my channel, you
how am
fucking
I?
asshole.
Go back to your
How am I
daddy.
supporting
Jesus,
PDF?
come on, man.
Right. Snafu, you see certain people really aren't welcome here, dude. You're on the list.
He's got a daddy. Go back.
I don't understand you, Snafu. It's so fucking...
He's got
Listen,
depression, man.
Clint, here's the thing, dude. In a real way, I've been trying to seek civil resolution with a number of people for over a year now, dude. They just want continued conflict. At this point, I think it's
Depression.
spiritual and mental disorder. You think it's depression? It's something along those lines. But why would I let him come up here? He comes on my channel. He continually makes unevidenced, baseless allegations, not only against me, but against multiple contributors to my show. I have yet to see the evidence for any of his claims. And Snafu, I've given you more than enough chance to present evidence for your multiple claims. At this point, Snafu, you're the one who's looking like the Pogo paid agent to me, Snafu.
Hello.
After all said and done, I've been at this for over a year with some of you fucking people. And it's weird. You all seem to resonate around the same fucking community. I've had to weed you all out systematically, Snafu. I actually thought you were an independent operator. You appear not to be, Snafu. I've come to the end of my road in my patience with you. You continually threaten my channel, a channel where we talk about history, spirituality, okay? We talk about rights, we talk about freedoms, we talk about consciousness. How dare you continually threaten my channel for nothing? You're the enemy of free speech, Snafu, ironically. You're the enemy of freedom. You're the enemy of consciousness. And I'm fucking tired of it. I'm not going to give you a platform anymore. I've tried with you. Keep threatening me, fuckface, and see where it goes.
I thought he had a crew and a channel of his own. What happened to that?
Well, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, okay, like, how am I supporting this kind of bullshit?
You're not, man. If he's not an agent, he's a damn good one. He should be. It's ridiculous. Fuck.
All right, listen.
Sad
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. All right. It's like I said earlier. When I created my channel, one of my hopes and goals was to have conscious people come up with all different belief systems, ideas, mindsets, and understanding to have rational civil discourse where we don't. But I never anticipated the spirits that I would run into on this journey. And I realize it is a spiritual thing at this point. And it's people who are hell bent on destruction, people who are not interested in truth, and people who lie consistently. You're not lovers of the truth. Therefore, I have no more time for you. I'm not going to sacrifice my channel. I'm not going to sacrifice what I'm doing here for people who are hell bent on destruction. I'm fucking tired of it. And you people are relentless. You don't stop. And Snafu, specifically, I thought you had something to offer. I don't know if something has happened to you or if this is the way you've always been, but I'm fucking tired of it. You people are relentless. I will prevail here. You must understand, I will prevail. You have no power over me. Do what you will, Snafu.
He's a sick fuck.
You are working for dark forces, whether you are aware of it or not. It's actually disgusting, and I'm fucking tired of it. I got to tell you, Notch, I do everything I can to give people a voice. And I can't, because if by empowering certain voices, I'm actually disempowering genuine voices.
Ding,
I'm
ding.
sick of it.
Hey, Z, let me give you something to think about real quick here. Turkey slaughtered the Armenians, right? What was that, about 100 years ago? Today, one of the most civilized, a society is judged on how they treat their elderly and animals, right? Go to Turkey, man. There is no stray animals. Cops stop traffic to let duck and its ducklings cross the road. All animals are loved and cherished there, dude. That society changed quick. Two of the old Eastern Bloc countries, I think one of them was Poland, and I can't remember the other one. When all this shit was going down, all the, just this last ordeal, the cops threw down their shields and said, "We're with the people." So it's happening, dude. You don't be so down, so pessimistic. Have some, at least have some hope for it. But it's happening, dude. Turkey and a couple of the other
Right, hold
Eastern
on a
Bloc
second.
countries.
I just want to put on a record. So Snafu says in the back chat, ready? Z, we will be striking your channel and videos tonight. We will be busy. Z, you want to support traitors, pedos, and criminals, etc. No, Snafu, I don't give in to intimidation by people like you of your fucking ilk, which you've shown yourself to be, Snafu. That's the way it is. And if YouTube strikes my channel because somebody like you has a vendetta based on nothing, that's on them. And frankly, that'll simply tell me more about this platform and more about this society than I even care to know at this point, Snafu.
He ain't society, man. A sick fuck.
There's a heart There's a heart, Z, that beats for your efforts.
Why would I give you a platform, Snafu, if you're going to come up here and make baseless claims against people? Hold on, everybody. Let me indulge this for a second, please. Please.
Hey, brother.
Snafu, why am I going to give you a platform to come up? You're going to sink my channel. So here's the thing.
You give the pedophiles, criminals, traitors, and frauds the platform and side with them. And yes, the crew will be busy striking your channel from hence on forward.
Oh,
don't worry about it, Z. We will strike the fuck out of your channel.
On what
you want to
grounds?
support pedophiles?
On what
Nacho has gone on record supporting pedophiles.
What grounds?
Nacho is a piece of shit pedophile. Have I ever said you?
So you basically just want to take everybody down who's speaking truth. Whose side are you on,
You're going to support traitors, frauds, pedophiles, and criminals.
Are you on?
You better follow the guidelines that YouTube provides.
Go ahead.
Don't worry. Just do the show correctly, and you won't have to worry about getting struck.
Evidence.
Oh, but you know what? We're gonna strike the shit out of everyone supporting these criminals, frauds, traitors, and pedophiles. And you want to know what else? We're gonna go through all your old videos because YouTube loves picking up old videos that you forgot about, and then you're struck from an old video you even forgot about. So yes, Z, we know what we're doing, and you want to continue to support these scumbags, Z. You changed.
The evidence.
You changed. You used to be authentic and genuine, and you changed.
I changed because I've
you changed with these fucking scumbags like Flow State and Cynthia and all these pieces of shits like Talcott and this fucking Nacho Quifa fuck. You used to be pretty cool. You used to be fucking authentic. You used to be genuine.
Do you know that I've known Jack for over a year now, and he's been on my channel for over a year, Snafu? Do you know that?
Do you know I've known Jack for over a year or longer too?
Right.
Z, what's the difference?
How have I changed? How
Bro, you have literally went from being authentic and calling these scumbags out to cupcaking with every one of them. You used to call the scumbag optics out.
How can I go to a show from over a year ago and show you Jack on my panel and Flow State, and you have the balls to say I changed?
Absolutely you changed. No. You changed. You used to call the scumbag optics out. Now you cupcake to them because you're vendetta against Paul and others.
I don't know what
your vendetta against Paul and others have made you cupcake to these fucktards.
I don't have a vendetta against anybody.
You absolutely do.
Snafu, you're out of your mind.
I'm not out of my mind, especially when you're fucking hanging out with people involved with pedophile fucking optics. You don't think Jack is involved with the pedophile optics, incest? You don't think Flow State is involved with the pedophile optics and stuff? And then, of course, Nacho Quifa, his little guru simp ass is blasphemizing the Bible.
Show me the proof.
God.
Show me the proof.
Well, you know what? There's plenty of it. We can go.
I want you to look in my eyes right now. I want you to look in my eyes, Snafu, and see if I'm fucking around. I want you to look into my eyes, motherfucker.
I'm not fucking around either.
I want you to look. I'm fucking around. I want you to think and look in my eyes. Is this somebody who's fucking around?
Your platform is the holy grail. I don't need any of you guys. I'm disappointed that your authentic, genuine ways have changed.
Is this somebody who's fucking around, Snafu? I'm not fucking around with this. I'm not fucking around. You want to keep threatening me, motherfucker?
It's not a threat. It's a fucking fact. We're going to strike the fuck out of your channel.
I want you to look in these eyes.
We are going to hold you responsible for following TOS guidelines. You want to support these pedophile supporters like Flow State. You want to support these guru pogos like Jack Talcott and fucking others? Then you will be responsible for the consequences that come with supporting traitors, criminals, frauds, and pedophiles, as well as following policy guidelines of YouTube TOS.
Where is your evidence?
We got plenty of it. You don't want to care to look at it.
Here. Go ahead.
You don't care to want to look at it. I told you multiple times. Let's talk. I told you multiple times. Let me go over it with you. You always deter from it.
Who actually looked at it, Snafu.
You haven't looked at it all.
Idiot who looked at your fucking
Why do you think the Thorpes are throwing up the zebra, Z? Why do you think the Thorpes are throwing up the zebra on their shit, Z? Why do you think Oracle,
where's
Mike
your
Strutton, who
evidence?
I've been yelling out this whole time for years, the biggest tech company with data collection, now made a Zebra Technologies? You think I'm just fucking around, Z?
I don't
actually
have
like
Mike
you because
Strutton
you're
on my
authentic
channel.
and
You
genuine,
brought
and you
up
came to this
Freeman.
YouTube shit making me believe you're authentic and
Where is
genuine.
your
And
evidence?
then I see you
Where is your
cupcaking with the
evidence?
people who hate
Of,
Paul
where is
because
your
you just are
evidence?
on that vendetta.
Where is you're just culted, Snafu? Plain and simple,
I'm not
dude.
culted.
Look, where is your evidence? Plain and simple.
We have
You
plenty
made
of it.
claims on
We
Jack.
have plenty
You made
of
claims
again.
on Float
I
State,
tell
and
them,
you made
take me to
claims on
court,
Nachiketa.
motherfuckers. They know what we
Where
have.
is your evidence?
Plenty of it.
Where is
It's
your
in our
evidence?
files. It's fucking scattered around crew. It's scattered around journalists, whistleblowers. It's
I'm
the
asking
optics of
you
it
for
shown
your
to your
evidence
faces.
right now. Where is your evidence?
Of what? Of that Nacho Quifa is a guru, blasphemous piece of shit fuck? Well, your stream showed
Okay.
everything on that.
Really?
Nacho Quifa.
Okay.
That's
So
it.
you're triggered because he's blaspheming your religion.
No,
So how
because
does
he
that make
protected
him a
pedophiles.
pedophile?
Because he protected pedophiles. He tried defending Monograph. He's a pedophile supporting piece of shit protector.
Where's your evidence? You just continue.
We have it. We know exactly what these fucks are. Z, I actually respected you. Crew respected you. People did until you switched and turned lately. You're the one who switched and turned. And it's not
Your
just me who told
words
you that.
mean
Yeah,
nothing
Paul's
to me.
told you that.
Your
OTW,
words.
many people
I
have
don't
told
give
you
a
this.
damn you or Paul or OTW says about me. You have to
No,
understand
exactly.
that.
You don't give a other
I
people
don't
see
give
it too,
two
Z.
fucks. I don't give two fucks about what any of the people.
No.
You just say about
Listen.
me.
You said
So
yourself, oh, my
understand,
community's
you're
telling me not to
psychotic.
fuck with you,
You're
Snaps. I need
psychotic.
the money.
Your
I need the
daddy
clout.
is
I'm going
jealous
to
of
listen
me.
to them.
That's it,
Unauthentic,
fuckface.
Z.
Your daddy is
Unauthentic. It's about
jealous
that
of
clout
me.
ride.
That's it.
But
That's
as you're
all.
supporting
You wanna come to
pedophiles,
my
criminals,
channel?
and
Come to my
traitors,
channel.
the
You're
crew will not go
disgusting.
away, even
Like
if
I
we
said,
fucking are banished from our channel. We will just strike your
I want
channel.
you to look into my eyes so you know who you're
You
fucking
know
with.
I'm not making
I
a
want
threat.
you to
I'm
look
telling
into
you
my
facts.
eyes so you know who you're fucking with, Snafu.
You what? You are fucking the big bad scary dog to fucking scare me when I got big tech on my ass. When I have pedophiles that you support,
I'm not up your ass.
pedophile, criminal,
You're
racketeering
here
rings
every
that
single
you
night
allow on
like
your
a
channel,
fucking
that you
psychopath.
allow on your channel,
Like a fucking
okay? The
psychopath.
pedophile
You're
agendas and the
insane.
people
You're
involved in
just
them, you
insane,
allow that shit on
Snafu.
your
I
channel,
hope-
and you
I
think I'm
hope
scared of
you
your
know better.
bitch ass
I
D?
don't know what you're talking about, Snafu.
You do. You
I
do.
have
Flo
people up
fucking
here.
been showing you his
I have
optics this whole
people
time.
up here. I have people up here. We have free discourse. You are obviously against that.
No, I'm not against free discourse. You're making narratives up. You've changed, and that's what's sad.
You're out of your mind, Snafu. This is where we are with people. This is the mindset that I've been dealing with for over a year with these people. You're sick psychopaths. You're not going to stop me. You understand? You're not going to stop me. Just because somebody is jealous of me, that's it. That's all. You're insane, Snafu. You're insane. If YouTube strikes me, then they strike me, fuckface. But I'm just going to remember it's you, douche fuck. You people are relentless. You are an indication. You want freedom and rights? You're all the reason that there's a government. You're showing why there's a government. Because people can't behave and act morally and with integrity without the control of an authority. You're all evidencing it. You're sick and disgusting. You think you're going to stop me? You're not going to stop me. You're not going to stop my speech. You can shut me down here. You could shut me down everywhere. I'll go in the fucking street corner and I'll continue. You're not going to stop me. You people are psychotic.
Blessings, brother.
Hey, Jack. Welcome.
Can I offer you some encouragement?
Please do so.
I think it's well earned. I've been admiring you for a while. Your talent, your gift of communication. Tonight, I saw your patience being tested.
Here's the thing, Jack, is I realize that it's never going to stop. Whether it's snafu, it's going to be somebody else. It's going to be somebody else. It's going to be somebody else. It's unfortunate, but it's a reality. And I'm realizing that there's a spiritual component to all this. And may God bless us all, Jack, in a real way. And may God have mercy on this creation and what it's become. This amoral society where people behave in ways that are unhuman.
Yes.
And frankly, we've become an abomination. And this is where we are, man. It's very disheartening.
I fucking love you, Z. Sincerely, deeply from my heart and with authentic, many reasons, okay? The thought that just came to my mind, Z, I'm dead serious. I'd love to bring you, and if we can figure out how to convince Paul to tame himself, we can break away from some of these oppositional forces who've been helping us grow and helping us prepare. I want to speak. I want to have conversations with the people who are, in my opinion, responsible for administering the worldly ways of today, the people in Congress. Brother, we're here to change this world, and we're doing it. It's happening. This is where my faith has been strong, Z. Where my experience has been different than yours, perhaps. My faith has been able to grow despite this insanity nonsense, man.
Well, here's the thing, Jack and Notch, is that going back to what, like Clinton was saying, this hope for people, and this, I at one point had this idea that people deep down inside were rational, reasonable, and moral. I'm realizing that's not the reality that we're in. And that people have no issue lying, defaming consistently, attacking, stalking, and it's actually very disheartening. I come on here continually and do this now for over a year. And Jack, I've been involved with certain people for over a year now. They don't want resolution. They don't want peace. They're destructive inside. They want to watch the world burn. And I'm just going to tell you guys, I'm not going to stop. So
you don't have a choice. Stop. Hey, I'm sorry. You don't have a choice. Yes, we don't have a choice. We don't get the choice to quit. And brother, I understand exactly what you're saying. I've been seeing a lot of this too. It's disheartening. I came into this YouTube stuff with this big idea that people would welcome what I was sharing. And yeah, people are interesting, aren't they, brother?
Well, you would think, Jack, a rational individual would maybe either resonate with your content or not, maybe respectfully disagree, and then either move on or try to continue with rational discourse. Not what we're seeing here, man. Not what we're seeing here.
That's too much to ask, apparently.
Yeah. I'm gonna let you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna get a drink of water.
Please do.
I'll be back.
How's it going, How's it going, Jack?
Yes, blessing, not Chiketa. It's been a while since I've shared time with you too. And supercalifragilisticexpialidocious dope shit. Good to see you, man.
Hey, I just wanted to come up because, people like Snafu try to strike my channel here and there too. So what I do, instead of going to the YouTube policy, which is a policy based on a contract, we have to understand how the law works and understand that YouTube and the internet provider that they have a contract with is an international venue. It's not something local, first and foremost. When it comes to that international venue, it's an international trade and commerce situation where you're provided your private setup. Even YouTube allows you to make your videos private. So it serves both the private and the public. And that's where the FCC comes in, because the FCC is the one that regulates the internet service provider that then has a contract with YouTube, proving it's mere policy, and they violate policy or try to use policy to violate international law. It goes straight to the Treaty of Berne for your creative arts being subjected to a commercial code that does not apply if you're not monetized. Does that make sense? If not, come ask more questions.
Thanks for that info, Wizard.
And that's all I really had to say tonight. I know it's you've been, 3 hours now, so I'm out. I'm going to go do some surfing, and you guys be blessed and have a good night.
Blessings.
Yeah, so I just want to say that, maybe the intention is right. I don't know. Like, I always try to look at things in a positive way, but what it comes down to is like how we go about trying to interact with one another. And I'm not the type of person, and I don't think you are either, Z, where we fold to people threatening us. It just makes me want to continue on with the way I am doing what I'm doing. Like you can plead with us. You can maybe talk with us and try to reason, because we are more on the logical side. So we need evidence. We need like reason. We need, some kind of logic to work things out. But like this kind of yelling at people and accusing people of something that like we're not, it doesn't work with us, and it doesn't work with you. It doesn't work with anybody here. And I don't really care for it. And when I have my limits, I shut the door on people. I will block people. I will not have any of that over at my channel. Like, screw it. Like if I see this kind of behavior going on, on other channels, like I can't imagine them being any different anywhere else. We're kind of like the same. I feel like I'm the same wherever I go, whether I come here or whether I go to Flo's or whether I go to somebody else's channel. I'm more or less the same person.
Go ahead. Floor's open for anybody.
Yes. Sorry, I stepped away for a moment, and then I was trying to reflect on what I heard Nachiketa say earlier. But this experience we're having. The topic. What my stream was about earlier, the inspiration I've been receiving to help us communicate. We've got to slow down, right? And what I am now focusing more on myself, what I was kind of talking about earlier, is that we can all be more gentle and more clear with each other, especially in our communication. If we simply try to be more gentle and more clear with each other by slowing down, I think we can avoid some of the stupid patterns of yelling that, what we see is people behaving authentically with what they've learned and what this world has enabled them to behave like. see a lot of people growing here.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
You're a little bit low, but yeah.
Rock, is that your natural background? I see you put a map up in the back. Is that new?
No, that's my background.
Oh, you've
Can
had
you hear
that
me?
up there? Yeah, I could hear you.
I'll try to adjust this thing. Yeah, that's my background. This is my bunker. Like I told everybody, it's in town. I live off grid. This is just my place where I go. I got a new camera though. Look, it's Wi-Fi.
Rock, is that your blue microphone?
Huh?
Is that microphone a blue microphone? Yeah, it is. You're talking into it wrong. You're not supposed to talk into the top of it like some microphones.
Oh.
You got to look at the way the audio's set up. You're supposed to talk. It's supposed to be like on a, I don't know, like a parallel line. You got to look up the proper way to use it.
Okay. Well, can you hear me very well, or?
No, you're all right. You're good. I'm just giving you some pointers on it.
Oh, well, I got a new camera it's Wi-Fi, so I can take it outside. I'm going to take it outside. See?
Go ahead. You're going to dox yourself, Rock. Be careful.
Yeah.
you know.
Don't point down towards the license plates.
You don't want to let these people see where you are. Holy mackerel.
People can easily find you with the information, even with this much, you know?
Yeah, Notch, I don't put anything past anybody anymore. That's why I don't talk about what I do. I don't talk about my life on here, man. It's not the place to do it. It's not for the faint of heart. Here's the thing. Now I understand why we're in the state that we're in. Guys, guess what? They don't need to basically tyrannize us. We're tyrannizing ourselves. That's the fucked up part. It's like we just do the job for them. They have us all exactly where they want us. It really is disheartening, Notch. The mind control matrix that they've perpetrated on the entirety of mankind. It is stunning at this point. It says so much about men and women in general. The way they have mind controlled an entire generation and multi-generations of people simply with propaganda, programming, entertainment, even the religions. It's like, and then we do it to ourselves. It's insane. It's insane.
They've done a masterful job. I mean, that's the thing. Like, people have to, if people actually respected what these people are doing, and not in the sense of like, wow, these are like, just understand that these people are not stupid in the way in which they operate. They don't really make mistakes. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're pitting us against each other. That's why I have to be very narrow in the sense of who I want to let in my life. I can't have everybody be a part of my life. I just can't, And then plus, if people are exhibiting insanity on the metaverse, I know for sure they will be exhibiting the insanity in person. And that's going to be a very messy situation. Here on the metaverse, I can always leave. I can leave and then shut everybody off, and then I'm in my woods. I'm doing my thing. But like here, even here, we don't know how to behave with each other. That's a problem.
Right. Well, it's a window. It's a microcosm, and it's an insight into basically mankind at large. And it really is a very, very sad state of affairs. But the key is to not despair and to realize that why not? Somebody has to. It's like I was saying. It's like how I started the show about taking the higher road.
Yeah.
Somebody has to do it. It's like I said earlier. An eye for an eye will make the whole world blind. So Why not us? Why not me? Why not everybody listening? Why not everybody in this panel? Why not us? If not us, who else?
Amen.
That's the only way it has to happen.
We are. That's it.
Let people expose themselves. Let people expose themselves, and then we have to use our discernment, and you just got to move on. And more we allow people to step on us, more we allow people to just kind of do whatever they want. Because, like, look, okay, I believe in free speech, but that doesn't mean I have to listen to everybody. You can say whatever you want. You can have some kind of insane thing, and then you can say whatever you want. But am I obligated in my own home to like let you in and then listen to you? No, not at all. That's why we have our homes, so we can let in who we want to let in, right?
Well, that's where boundaries come in. This idea of boundaries. Look, if anything is to be sovereign, whether it's a nation or a person, a community or family, you need borders. And that goes as like everything, like as above, so below, spiritual, mental, physical borders. Go ahead, Jack.
Hey, I'm realizing deeper and deeper the truth of the words that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but perhaps demonic, higher entities that control man, because it is a sickness, Z, that, like you were describing, it's spread throughout our society. We were born into this game of commerce, right? There's two games. There's many games going on. A lot of people make a lot more games too, but there's God's game, the game of life, which is life and death, survival, right? There's the truth of that game, and then there's man's games. The two rules don't necessarily align. We're here to change this world. I know that for sure. And I think God is going to use us. That's my hope and prayers, at least. To be used, Z, for the betterment of this world. Oh,
yeah, Jack. Go ahead.
And that's where I wanted to go with that, though, is with the whole world, including the people who hurt me, including the people who disagree with me and don't want to see me succeed. I want this to happen for all of us. So that's where I see us at. We are this experience being created. We were chosen to be here on Earth at this time with the technological advancements and the energies of our personalities, our abilities of creativity. We were created to be here on Earth to choose and create the future that we want to experience together.
See, for me, Jack, and I agree with you, but like, if you look at the back chat, like what somebody is saying to me, the option is like, am I hurt by such statements? And the truth of the matter is I'm not. Why? Because I give this person no credit. I can only be hurt by someone whom I trust. That's the thing. Someone whom I respect. They're the ones who can like touch me. Maybe they can yes, we always have that option of being hurt or not being hurt, because that's up to you. But like, what I mean is that if I respect somebody, I'm going to be very sensitive to what they say, how they say these kind of things, right? But if they are flippant over a period of time and then they lose credibility with me, then nothing that they say can possibly touch me at all after a while, right?
Yeah, I think so. Words.
Where's Rose when you need her? Where the hell is she? We need that
I'm
smile,
sure she's listening.
man. Yeah, get up here, Rose. We need that smile. Good Lord, woman.
No, she had something. Rose is busy. Rose is busy running the entire truth community. I keep saying this to my audience. I'm not joking when I say that. Like,
where's Lindsay? Lindsay's got a great smile. God damn it.
Well, we know
She's the glue.
you're interested with Lindsay.
Is Lindsay here? Come up, Lindsay.
Here's the thing, Notch. I actually believe Rose is kind of the glue to the truther community in a weird way. And truther community is such a passe weird term at this point.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is. But for lack of a better term, I don't think people realize that, like, I'm not joking, Notch, when I say, like, she's kind of like the glue, almost like the cheerleader in a sense, that, like, the heart or the spirit of it. Like, she's like the spirit of it for me. Like, if Rose, for whatever reason, were to be like removed out of the equation, it wouldn't be the same. And I don't think people understand really like the reality of that.
She's been a good friend of mine, like, for a number of years now, like since like I think 2019-ish. And like, you know, I'm very guarded. I'm a little bit private, you know, and I don't really open up to a lot of people. And that's maybe the truth, the way like the most people operate. But we gotten to know each other. I think it's because I tend to trust women more than I trust men. That's like, you know, part of my fucked up psychology. But on the other hand,
Notch, you might want to rethink that. Well, it depends which arena. Like, I don't know. You know,
except for all the Karens that are out there.
Like, I'm not talking about romantically. Romantically speaking, it's the opposite. But in terms of like, you know, like, I know what you mean. But like, you know, like, if it's just like, I know Rose is with Jason and all that, so it's like we don't have that kind of you can call it platonic. So like, you know, we've been friends that way for a long time. It's great, you know. It's easy for me, and it's good for her. But we have different personalities. You know, I'm more introverted, she's more extroverted, and we balance each other out this way. And you know, it's just it is what it is. You know.
Well, and the other thing, Notch, is she's legit. Like, she's got the goods for real. Like, she can lay it down with anybody. Like, she has a superior level of knowledge on a plethora of topics, like, in a way that is it's impressive to me. And that's why I was drawn to Rose even years ago when I was first exposed to Rose. The first time I ever heard her name,
sweet
Notch.
Soul.
Well, here's the thing, Clint. The first time I ever heard Rose was Notch, I used to listen to Crow 777 all the time, and I still listen. But there was a time where, like, Crow 777 was like must listen for me. And, you know, now, like, I'll catch up on episodes. Maybe I'll listen to them at, like, you know, fast speed, and I'll get the gist of it. But there was time where Crow was my number one thing. And I remember where when Jason came on the show and was talking about his brand new girlfriend, Rose, right? So I remember thinking, oh, I like Jason, and he's got this new girlfriend, Rose. I wonder what she's like. Now, fast forward all these years later, and it's Rose, man. You know, it's like, so. And I you know, and I used to see her, of course, when she was like on Jaren's channel and on, like, with Karen and like Mr. Stavely, but what I realized about her was, it's like, oh my God, like, she's legit, man. You know what I mean? Like, she's like, she absorbs all the information, and she's open-minded, and she's honest. And that's the thing about her, is I can tell she's honest. Now, I know she does her little kind of things where she's, you know, she plays some games with, I could see the way she, like, kind of does things in the background to try to connect people, or she's sly in a lot of ways. I mean, she is Jewish, of course.
Yeah. But I mean, like, it's coming from a good place, though. It's like, in her mind, you know, she just wants everybody to get along. She wants, you know, she kind of wants to be a part of, like, everybody's life in a way. And for me, what I trust about Rose is that she's got a good heart. Like, people can be a little bit manipulative, it's part of like, you know, the way people are. People are, you know, they want to kind of sway the discussion this way or that way. But like, you know, for me, I see that she is coming from a good place, and she genuinely wants people to wake up. You know, that's why they're working as hard as they do. And she's a hard worker. You know, I respect that about her. I'm like really the opposite. I feel like I'm very lazy, but she is like, you know, always doing something, you know, always being a part of something. So I have a lot of respect for her for sure. And she's smart. She has a great memory. I wish I had a memory like Rose, you know?
Yeah, I agree. She's like tireless towards like this endeavor, and it's inspiring for me. And that's one of the reasons why I connected with Rose, you know, and, you know, much like a lot of people that I've met through this endeavor, it's, you know, they kind of just, you know, to me, it's about vibrations and energy. It's not like I got online and like tried to seek Rose out, or she tried to seek me out. You know, one day I just started talking about Rose in a goofy, playful way, you know, and she showed up, and that was it. You know, it's like the similar, like I met Jack in just a way where, you know, Jack came on a panel I was on, and same thing with you, Notch, and you meet people and you have discourse and conversation, and it doesn't mean everybody has to agree, but I do think the cream rises eventually, you know, and I think people can use their discernment. I don't know anything about Rose other than what she's told me, no more than I know anything about Nachiketa or Jack, but I use my discernment and I say, okay, this person to me sounds credible, and then I decide whether or not I'm going to trust them and to what degree. And that's really what it comes down to. And maybe it's a projection on my part. Maybe I trust a little too much. I think I've shown that here with some people that have extended a little bit too much trust to maybe the wrong people to my detriment. But hell, it is what it is.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't know that until you give trust. That's the thing. And that's how it works. You know, we want to give people the benefit of the doubt. You know, we don't want to like write them off and say, well, you got nothing to offer. Right? We don't want to judge a book by its cover, but after a period of time, there's a grace period for every one of us. And, you know, who is the fool? If you gave trust, but you continue to give trust and you continue to believe the person after they've, you know, kind of betrayed you in some ways, then you become the fool, right? So, you know, we have to use our discernment, and that's all we can do. That's just a fact for every one of us, that we have to use our discernment. And maybe we're wrong, you know, maybe that's the case, but we have. What else are you going to go on, right?
Agreed.
Why are you snoring?
Hold on. I have to move on to the news. Final thoughts, everybody, quickly, so I can get on with.
Thanks for having me on. I'm off later. Thanks.
Blessings.
Bye.
Thank you, Notch. As always, don't be a stranger, okay, Notch? Sorry that Notch thing got derailed. I've been trying to go deep with Nachiketa regarding his current line of research because I'm interested in it, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here. Too bad we got derailed, but it is what it is. Jack, how are you? What's the Jack update? I mentioned this earlier in the show, Jack. I saw you had a bit of a moment last night on your show yourself, which you know, I could relate to in so many ways. I noticed you were discoursing with a person who you seem to have repeatedly shown some type of courtesy towards, some type of let's say intent for resolve, and somebody who has continually approached you in a way that has been let's say adversarial, with a spirit of conflict. And I watched you express frustration with that, and I don't know, your thoughts.
Thank you. Yes. Hey, where we're at, I'm grateful to see you back. Admittedly, the thought came through my mind today as, you know, the fleeting thoughts of failure came through. You know, I guess Jack may disappear and Z will take that spot confidently, securely, without any other distractions. I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. We're going to figure this out. This life is just getting going.
Right. Wait, hold on. You said, you might have said that backwards. Can you? So you thought? What was your thought again? I love your honesty, Jack. Go ahead.
Wait, which part? I don't remember. What was I
About
saying?
Me being away in the spot.
Oh yeah. You know, if I fade away, then you'd write you were predicting success, choosing the time slot you did, man. And then I might actually feel better about that anyway.
All right. Here's the thing, Jack. I would like you to try to put that to rest. And I know you're just being honest about a fleeting thought and you were expressing it, but I approached you with this earlier. I don't view it as this. It's a big internet. And are you expressing something about you potentially going away? What does that mean? What was even that thought?
The uncertainty of shelter and
right.
You know, if it continues, it may not be with this background.
All right. So here's the thing, Jack, and I don't want you to expose anything you don't want to expose about your life. I'm not even asking you to do that. Let's just keep it in general. Here's what I'll say, man. Even if you had to go away for a little bit, you still have your presence here. And what I think there's a tendency for some of us to do, and I don't mean you, I'm just speaking in general. I'm actually speaking about some other people, is we limit ourselves consciously and mentally to some particular very finite presentation or endeavor. And I think it's actually it's not reality and it's false, meaning to say Z Show is just me presenting myself. I don't need Z Show to come on here and speak to people, right? I don't even need YouTube to do it. I don't even need the internet. I can go speak to people. So if our intentions are true, it really shouldn't matter. And the other thing is, this is such small potatoes, man. Like, people are being promoted. I see the worst content that is just basically shallow, insincere, and basic being promoted to hundreds and thousands of millions of people. They're presenting the most base sophomore content to the populace. And if we continue to define success by these very limited means and standards that are being provided to us, then we will never achieve any true success anyway. So, Jack, I hope when you look at me, you have a particular idea and a particular understanding and feeling towards me. And I look at you through that same thing. So I don't want you to feel as any way, because if we look at it this way, dude, then we're all just in competition always, because everybody here has a YouTube channel. Clint, Rocky, Nachiketa, me, you, everybody in this chat to be here and participate has their own channel. So if we all just look at each other as some weird fucking competitors, and I'm not saying you're doing that. We're just playing into their whole fucking thing, dude. But I know what you mean, dude, because it's a mind game. I do it every day, especially with the people who relentlessly attack me in so many ways, dude. Because, Jack, they're playing on those small little cracks of insecurity to then get into our mentality to make us think we're lesser than. Because here's the thing, dude, regardless of whether or not you present your content from your fireplace or wherever you're going to end up, it's still you, Jack. And
exactly.
These metrics for success that so many people are setting up for you, Jack, are so limited and short-sighted, man. Because let's use logic. Were you successful, Jack, when you were paying your mortgage and you had expendable money? Were you a success in life? Maybe you were, maybe you weren't. So my point is, if people are going to use your basically situation as a measure of success, then why weren't you successful when you were big money Jack? with your big money position and the head of your union and status. So you can't, people can't have it both ways. They can't call Jack a failure because of his financial situation, unless they're going to call him a success when he was financially successful. The fucking standards are bullshit. And when people do this, they're not logical, they're not reasonable, and they're insincere. It's the same thing they do to me, Jack. If you're going to call me a failure because of where I live and what I have, then by nature, based on the standard that you are creating, you need to then call me a success when I was in the opposite situation. It's a double standard. It's disingenuous, and it shows the shyster neighbor of all these people that want to attack Jack and want to attack me. And we saw it tonight right in front of everybody. The attacks are real. People think that this is a game, but it's not. Jack is under relentless attacks, as am I. I'm frankly tired of it, and I'm not going to stop. So, Jack, please, I hope you will not consider me in any way an adversary at all, and I will not look at you in the same eyes. Please, sir.
No, hey, brother, as I said, I was excited and grateful to see your return today. I was happy that I was able to, you know, send the viewers I had at the time, send them this way too. So I'm here to support you. And I see a lot of similarities in the bigger picture, brother. We are what you are doing righteously, regardless of what the current, you know, results may look like, right? Things are not always as they appear. We're not done, right? So success or failure, it's perspective. We're not done. We're getting started. And brother, what you're describing on the greater world, I love the way you think. We're here to raise the standards. That's
yeah,
it.
man. Much love, Jack. And Jack, blessings to you, Jack. Seriously, blessings. Wherever our roads bring us, blessings.
Straight up.
I Rock.
Man.
Rocky, you didn't get to say much tonight, Rock. How are you? Final thoughts for the audience. Go ahead.
I'm doing good. I consider myself successful because you know, it's not about wealth or material. It's that I'm at ease, don't have no worries. I don't have to worry about nothing. But I was wondering why, if you let these people in and don't block them permanently, if they're coming in here just to smash your
Rock. Yeah, I blocked a lot of. Here's the thing, Rock. I don't want to block people from conversation. You know, it's not to me in the spirit of what I want in my life, what I want to see in society.
You know, this guy Snafu, he's sitting here, he's threatening to strike you.
I have blocked him. I have, and that's the thing. He thinks he can try. He thinks he can try to intimidate and threaten me. He's probably mad because but here's the thing, Rock. I blocked a bunch of people after many chances at resolution, trying to come to some common ground. Many people don't want that, Rock. You know what it is. But I have, Rock. I have blocked people, dude.
Yeah, there's these people out there that are accusing people of stuff with, I don't see any evidence. They just come up with you know, where's the paperwork? Show me the paperwork, you know? What is all this crap? Accusing people of PDF and stuff and all this crap. How the hell can you prove someone is a PDF unless you catch them?
Well, you make a great point, Rock. And what it does, it actually discredits one's word when they participate in those types of behavior. And again, you're actually basically... what does it say about the true pedophiles out there? What do you say about people who are true pedophiles? Just by labeling everybody something, you basically devalue the cause that you're purporting to stand for. And again, like you said, unsupported, baseless allegations to me are meaningless at this point, because I've lived long enough and I've experienced enough to realize how often people participate in that act, because I know when somebody lies about me, because I know what is true about myself. So I realize how often and how freely people in this society lie and defame people. So like you said, where's the proof? If you're going to make a claim, where's the proof? The most basic understanding of law in capital letters is that one should have the opportunity to face their accusers, and two, that the burden of proof is on the claimant to prove the claim. The one being levied against has no burden to prove their innocence. That's just logic. I'm tired.
Yeah,
of it.
and maligning people and gossiping and false accusations, false witness against your neighbor, all of that is pretty serious. And you defame someone and you ruin their name because you got some maybe intuition, they don't like the way they look or something. That doesn't prove crap. He looks like a PDF. Oh, what the hell does that even mean? It's crazy. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, thanks.
It's complete.
I know I didn't do much on the show tonight. I like to drop in and stuff.
All right, Rock. Well, blessings to you, Rock. Blessings,
man.
Later. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Back to you, Rock. Love, back to you. So Clint, we were having a great conversation. Obviously, it got derailed, but hey,
man,
there's more conversations to come.
Word up, dude. Man, hey, have you seen that old 21-year-old tabby cat in those little short things? When you're scrolling through YouTube and you see those, they'll have like 4 shorts in a frame there. And you click on one of them shorts and you'll see this. You ever seen that old 21-year-old tabby?
No.
No. When a cat gets that old, it's all crinkled up. Its legs are all twisted everywhere, and the ass is all over the place. Because they struggled. I had a 21-year-old tabby, and if you ever scroll, they see those little short things. You know what I'm talking about, right? When you scroll on YouTube.
Yeah, of course. Wait, you're saying you had a 21-year-old cat, dude? That's
man.
Crazy, man.
Yeah, I almost lost him when he was 17, and I gave him that vet CBD. Shit, he was on death's door, dude, at 17. Right? He's fucking 17. He was great because he spent first half of his life as a total outdoor cat, and he used to used to have raccoons and shit around here, and he would be out there tussling. He's a tough son of a bitch. But anyways, he got in a bad fight.
Fuck.
Yeah, they got a bad fight and got his face torn up. So he became an indoor cat. But yeah, so he made it till he was 21, man. And so check out that scroll. That's my cat. Anyways, check this out. This is a cool story. It's not long. It's a cool story, man. So, man, this cat, I first met him 21 years ago. He was on my driveway fence, and I'm walking out the door, going to work, and I hear this, hello. And what the fuck? And I look where the sound's coming from, and all of a sudden I see this cat, he was like, he perched on it, so he's starting to stand up, and he says hello again. And I said, holy shit, this cat can talk English, man, with a Japanese accent. So anyway,
what the fuck? What are you talking about?
Man. I met him on my driveway, man.
Hold on, let me play your music. Let me play your music if you're gonna tell a crazy story like this.
Dude, this is a great story, man. Check this out, dude. So, he was my next door neighbor's cat, right? They got him at the shelter, and he was a little kitten. But he always, I guess he hang out at my house all the time, well, not theirs. Anyways, I guess when he first got here, he was waiting for me, man, right? And I think he might have. As all comes along, I think it was a reincarnation of a previous pet I had. But check this out. So I knew him since he was a kitten. So finally, it's 21. I got to put him down, man. And fuck, I'm bawling like a little baby, dude. I couldn't believe it. I mean, yeah, I love that cat, but I didn't think I'd lose it like that. I've put down pets before, and but this, I don't know. He got to me. But anyways, about the time when he died, a little baby crow was born, right? And then I have this big clan of crows that hangs around my neighborhood. So this crow, there's two of them, and they're not feeding one well because he's squawking all the time. Anyways, I'm chilling. I hear this squawking coming from where I met Leo, man. I'm not bullshitting you. I walk out the back door, open the gate, and here's this little crow looking at me when I open the gate and starts squawking. It's running to me like, yeah, there you are, just like Leo did when he was a kitten. Same
All right,
thing,
so let
dude.
me see if I got your story. Your story is basically you met this cat as a kitten. You had it for 21 years, which is astounding, really, for a cat. Anybody who owns
Well,
cats,
he was only my cat from the last half of his life. He was the next door neighbor's cat before that.
all right, even so. Then
But I knew
that
him all
cat
his whole
passes
life.
away, and it fucked you up real bad, which I can understand. I get very connected to animals too.
Well, it
Very.
fucked me up, but it shook me. I mean, I didn't expect to start crying, man.
Right. So then you feel as though the spirit of the cat was reincarnated into a crow.
Because, dude, the synchronicity. I mean, the shit was nuts, dude. So I nursed this. I get this 4 days. I'm feeding it, and he loves to do the same thing Leo did. He wants to be like right at my head and eat my hair and shit, Crow did the same thing. Leo would love just to sit with you and watch the sun go down. This crow did the same damn thing. Dude, crazy. So I fourth day I go out there and I fall asleep, and I got cats around too, so I got to watch out for cats. But anyways, he's gone, right? I don't hear him squawking anywhere. He's gone. I'm going, oh man, a cat must have got him, right? And so I start walking to the front, down the driveway where I meet these guys, to the front yard. I'm going to water my yard, right? So I'm walking down this fence and I go, oh shit, I think a hawk got him, right? And I'm thinking,
right.
And I was thinking cat, hawk, no feathers anywhere. And so I get to the faucet and I'm thinking, yep, shit, I bet you hawk got him. I pick up the end, start watering the lawn. I'm facing west. The sun's going down over the house next, across the street from me. And just as that happened, I just said, I bet you a hawk got him. I'll start watering. Something tells me, look at the sun. All of a sudden, a hawk comes right out of the sun, buzzes me, comes down at least like 8 feet to my head, kind of buzzes me out of the sun, and then flies over my house. And I'm like standing there like, what the fuck just happened? You ever been buzzed by a hawk, dude?
I actually have. I have a lot of hawks around me, and it's a crazy feeling when they do shit like that.
Holy shit. But right when you're thinking about it, saying this, I bet you a hawk got him. Like, is that crazy, dude?
Nothing's crazy to me anymore, Clint. Nothing's crazy, dude. Especially
it blew me away, man.
Especially around these things.
Away.
Well, I'm glad
away.
you told the story here, because you probably shouldn't tell that story to too many people, like in your real life. I don't know if it'll go well. I'm glad you told it here.
Reincarnation, man. It's a reincarnation reinforcer, man. I'm pretty sure I was a melanated woman my previous incarnation.
So you know what's funny you say
sure.
that, Clint, is that I went years ago. I went to this hypnotist, and I did what's called a past life regression thing, right? So she put me in a fucking hypnotic state, dude. And it's true. I was hypnotized.
You did? You got hypnotized? Really?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Really?
Yeah.
Did you doubt it before you took it? Did you say they're not going to be able to hypnotize me?
No, I went there to be hypnotized on purpose. So I was like down for it.
So you're hoping for it to happen.
Yeah. Like I went to her, like I paid her money to fucking hypnotize me. You know what I mean? Like
she had a reputation. How did you pick her out? What was that all about, man?
I don't know. If I recall, I was like in a Whole Foods. I used to shop at Whole Foods. I don't go there now because I don't know. I just rather eat the chemicals and not spend the money. I know it's bad, but there was a time in my life where I was the same time where I was vegan, like I was saying earlier, and I was going to Whole Foods. And
what do you think about chlorine dioxide?
Chlorine dioxide? What about specifically?
What do you think about it for detoxing the body? I heard it's like crazy good. I've been having pretty good success
medical
with
advice,
CBD.
Everybody, not medical advice. Of course not.
Shit. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Here's the thing, Clint.
Yeah, forget it later. So, hey, man, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm so sorry about that, dude. I wasn't even thinking.
No, don't worry about it. Listen, dude, people are going to do what they're going to do. But what I wanted to say with my story was, hold on. So I found this lady from like the
thanks.
The flyer from the Whole Foods. So like I was like in Whole Foods, there's like a flyer when you leave, you know, so she was in it and like advertising. So I called her and I went to her, dude, and I sat down and she like did the whole like hypnosis thing, right?
Got you watching something going back or just talking?
Like talking, like you lay down and she had this weird like flute music on. It was like this channeled flute music or whatever. And she did her thing, like she guides you, like, oh, you know, you're in like a forest and you walk down, like you're gonna walk down some steps and you're gonna come to this, you know, and you know, whatever, like this chair, and she brings you through the whole thing. And then next thing you know, she brought me through 3 past lives, dude. Like whether it's real or not, like it was real to me in the moment. Man, and I was like, I was a male in all of them. I was a dude. One of them I was a soldier. One of them I was like a married guy with a family in the 1800s, and the other one I was like a mentally slow, like mentally handicapped, like retarded monk. Like in a cathedral, and
that'd be hard to make up on your own. Holy
it was weird,
shit.
dude. Yeah, and I was young, dude. I was in my 20s, and it was like that was the most interesting one. My parents left me like on the doorstep. Well, not on the doorstep, but like I was special needs, right? And they like gave me to like the church, and I like grew up at the church, dude, in like a monastery. And we would sing like the fucking Gregorian chants, bro. It was crazy. So get this, Clint. So I was just like repressed, you know, because I like grew up around these like bishops and stuff, and I was the servant to to like one of the main bishops, and he was real gaudy, and it was I was like I said, I was like kind of not mute, but I didn't say much ever, and I was like retarded, right? And so there was gold and gems everywhere. And one day I stole like the like the precious gems just for attention. And I got caught and they punished me and stuff. And they put me in a room and everything and whatever. And then I died.
That's a lot of detail, man.
Yeah, it was weird. All right, Clint, much love, dude. I'll talk to you more in the future. I got to go on. This went way too long.
Well, I guess if some of these people might be able to control like frequencies, right? I didn't think I'd be able to get hypnotized, but then learning more about these extra
dude,
powers.
Look around, dude. Look in society. Look at people. TV hypnotizes people. Movies. Everybody's in a hypnotic state, dude.
But some people could do it naturally. You know, they're using frequency. You know, man-made frequencies. But
there's.
All right, man. I'll let you go. Hey, man. Thanks for the convo. Appreciate it. And
much love. It was fine. I got you, Clint. Much love. I'll play your music again on your way out. That's Clint, everybody. He's the Clint, the aging Adonis. But yeah, Clint, I agree with you, dude. This whole reincarnation thing. Look, man, whether or not I was experiencing my past lives during the regression therapy, either way, like, it was meaningful, and I, like, learned something from the experience. Jay said, "I hope nothing else happens to you, Z, under hypnosis." I got to tell you something, Jay. She was a rather attractive woman, so if something happened under hypnosis and it was like, from her, I'm okay with it. Let's write somewhere in time. It is time for the news. I almost lost my voice screaming at Snafu. Like, it's almost gone. And I'm Italian, which means I've done my fair share of, like, like, yelling at people, with people. But it appears to be fair at this point regarding my voice. But yes, you're right, somewhere in time. It is time for the... I don't want my shows to go on this long, but if it's there, we're going to go with it. Might as well. I appreciate all the well wishes today. People welcoming me back. I missed 5 days, basically. 5 days a week, but I stream 5 days a week. And I notified everybody that I was going to be gone. But like, I appreciate it, guys. But let's try to break this metaversal mindset. But you know what? I'm actually flattered, because it means that the people who support me are here to support me. So much love, everybody. Much love. And Jack, I don't know if you're listening, but like, you made my heart hurt a little bit with the comment that you said, Jack. Did you guys hear Jack say that comment? That he said basically that he had a thought that if he goes away and he's not able to stream, that Z wins. That kind of broke my heart a little bit, Jack. In a way that I don't know. I'm sure you guys picked up on that. Oh, man. Appeal to Your Senses thinks I was gone for a week because I was busy getting it on with somebody from the chat. Here's the thing, Appeal to Your Senses. And many of the ladies of the Z Show understand this, is that I'm not looking to experience anything of that nature with somebody from this whole universe, this whole metaverse. I'm looking to experience that with, like, somebody not associated with this. I dipped my toe in that just a brief little bit, Appeal to Your Senses, and I realized very quickly that it was not a road that really would be very, very, very benefit. Hold on. That guy Party Poet that was up earlier, Party Poet, I know you're listening, dude. You've tried to join like 30 times. For some reason, your device won't connect, and it has to be you, because I had a number of guests on tonight and I didn't have any problems with their equipment, man. So many blessings, Party Poet. Come back and talk to us in the future, and we'll certainly chop it up, good sir. And I like where you're going with the whole things that you're into, and especially the whole history's made up. Hey guys, how weird. History seems to be completely made up. What a very strange world we live in. Very strange world. Made up history. Made everything up. It doesn't surprise me. Like I said earlier, once I discovered they lied about the cosmology of our reality, they basically convinced everybody it's the opposite, They tell us that we're just a part of like everything that's up there, like we're amongst it. But all evidence seems to show that we are the center of this reality, The heavens move above us just like we observe. And that gives us a preferred position, something that they have been very intent on convincing us of otherwise. So if they made up, here's what we're looking at. We're looking at a made up science, made up religions, made up history. What is this world? And I understand why the average person rejects this information outright. It's nearly impossible to embrace. And I think that's why so few of us can actually embark with these down these roads, because it's almost impossible to comprehend the magnitude of such a deceptive reality. And I'm reminded to completely let go of all belief systems, because much of what we believe basically has been, for lack of a better term, engineered. All right, let's get on with the news. Where's my music? Where is it? All right, guys and dolls. It's time for news. All right, before we get to tonight's top story, somebody wants to come up. Lonnie, here and back. Welcome to Z Show.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Howdy.
Yeah. Let me turn this down so I can hear you, brother. I can't have both these going. So, yeah, we're pretty powerful. We just don't know how powerful we truly are. Yeah, it's no big surprise about the whole history thing being made up. I mean, but you still got the mainstreamers that want to still talk about, you know, gravity and space and things of that nature. And it's like the jig's up, you know, and it's really, it's kind of sad because we are the powerful ones. And if you know anything about their secret, you know, their secret covenant, that they said that once we found out, then they would pretty much have to run for the hills, you know?
Right. And, you know, you said a lot there, but one of the things that comes to mind is it's kind of like what I was saying earlier. I feel as though at this point, they have to topple this system. I don't see that there's any way for them to maintain the system under the current understandings that many are coming to. Now, I could be wrong, because it appears as though there's still the vast majority of the population are hypnotized and asleep, but more and more people are coming to particular understandings, like you said, that we are the powerful ones, that our mentality and our consciousness has supreme power. And if more and more people continue to discover this, their time is short. So they have to pull out all the stops
Yeah, it's a
And
do or die with them. It's a do or die with them. I mean, that's how they're looking at it. And I've noticed something, and I notice when I'm around other like-minded people that are like I am. I don't know what the correct terminology would be, whether it would be an activation, an enlightenment, a spiritual awakening, whatever you want to call it. It's definitely spiritual. And I noticed that when I get around someone like me, in touch with what's really going on, stronger. But there's phases to this, and it's truly it's mind blowing, and it will shake you to the core. And it's not every day that you find out that your whole life that you lived was a lie.
Well, it's difficult, Lonnie. That's why I think so many people choose the illusion. They choose the deception consciously. It's kind of like selling your soul, but I think that's the trap that they set up. And it gives me a sense of compassion towards people in a lot of ways, because I understand the tricks. It's very sad because the tricks of this system, the reality, the trickster nation, the trickster basically notion of this entire reality is so deep that I don't blame people for not being able to handle it. Now, I'm disappointed in a lot of people, especially men, Lonnie, if you want to know the truth. I'm disappointed in many men, because I used to think that men would have a different understanding, or they would behave or react differently when faced with these ultimate tyranny circumstances. And I'm starting to see that they're not going to, and that they're going to capitulate and fold to the tyranny. And that's probably been my biggest challenge. That's probably been my biggest challenge, Lonnie, is to say, okay, how can I accept this reality and move forward, knowing that people are not very likely going to come to some understanding that maybe I would prefer that they do. So it's really messed up. And I'm going to bounce it back to you. What you said about this understanding that, wow, it's space, and everybody wants to continue on a certain narrative. They want to basically operate in a paradigm. And it's one of the reasons why I'm so consistent in my message of the deception, to say, hey, we're not just all going to pretend that, yeah, the reality that they created is real, and then operate from there. Because when people start talking about, like, say, psychology, or they start talking about, oh, well, we're going to save the world through like more science and just better science that's going to save the world, I'm constantly going to the root and saying, wait a second, we're talking about deceptions from its very root. Let's talk about that before we move forward. It's one of the reasons why I'm so dogged in my presentation of the flat earth topic, because I think it's so important to say, wait a second, they convinced you of the complete opposite of our reality. And they just want you to go along with it, not question it. This is one of the fundamental deceptions. It's one of the reasons why I'm so stuck on it. Go ahead.
It's like the onion effect, like there's just so many different layers to this, man. Like, for instance, okay, are we on a ball? Are we on a flat surface? Are we in a crater? Okay. I mean, I'm open to the crater, flat earth. I mean, but it doesn't serve me. I mean, it doesn't really serve me. So really, that doesn't even matter to me right now. What matters to me is exploring who we are, because we are collectively connected. There's no doubt about it. It's a fact. Now I know that everybody that can be woke or enlightened, whatever the case may be, we can't do it for you. I've tried. Spirit has to do it, and it's rough. I mean, it really is. There's been many days, man. I wish that I was back in the bubble,
Right. I know what you mean. That small little voice that creeps in and says, well, is it so bad? Or do I just need to capitulate? Or who am I to fight this? Or this is the trick of the system, because they've basically created an identity for us, right? So they created a paradigm. They created a world, right? They said, okay, this is your world. And then what happens is we define ourselves in that, right? So once that's broken, we then continue to go back to that identity as if it's something. And that's the great challenge of this world. And again, it's like I said earlier, man, to me, it's Russian. It's these Russian nesting dolls, man. It just goes deeper and deeper and deeper.
Right.
And I think it really it just has to come down to me, it doesn't have to be Christ for me. It's God versus not God. To me, that's the fundamental thing is God versus not God, creator versus not creator, because that's why I don't fight with people. That's why if somebody comes up and tells me they're Muslim,
you can't
if somebody,
fight with them.
Here's the thing, Lonnie, if somebody tells me they're Muslim or Hindu or Christian, in my mind, I go, okay, at least you have an understanding of a God. At least you get that point. At least you have a God in your mind.
Here's the thing, though, Z, is there's no right or wrong in this, okay? As long as you aren't worshiping the false God, okay, all you got to do is you got to know that there is a creator, okay, that there is the one, God. There is the God that created you, that is all it is you got to be spiritual. Just be a good person, just be. There's only one thing real in this world, and that's love. And other than that, I can't think of anything other than that is real.
All right, Lonnie, I like where you're coming from. Hold on. It's all in it's all in the word magic, man. I've gone over this a bunch of times, man. It's how they define things to basically trick you into manufactured consent. It's just a trick, though.
Just like voting. You consent to giving up your power when you vote.
Well, here's the thing, dude. I've looked at the Declaration of Independence as a black magic spell, man, and people get pissed at me. And I say, look, it tells you that the consent, that the government basically comes from the consent of the governed. Well, government means mind control, right?
Yes, us. We're governed.
So it's saying, so you're consenting to your mind control by adopting basically their authority. All right, I got to get to the news. Come talk to me again, Lonnie. Much love, and I like your
much love, man. Everybody in chat, much love.
Right, man. That's Lonnie. Everybody, nice talking to you. All right, let's get to the news. Let me. Where's my news music? We got to get back to it. Where was I? Like somebody in the chat said, it's fake news. Fake history, fake religions, fake science, and fake news. This is what they're presenting to the people. Fascinating. In tonight's top story, Trump legal news brief. Court lowers bond in Trump fraud judgment appeal to $175 million. Court of Appeals on Monday lowers the bond amount that former President Donald Trump must pay as he appeals the $464 million civil judgment in his civil fraud trial, saying he can put up just $175 million within 10 days. The 11th hour deal temporarily prevents New York Attorney General from moving to seize Trump's assets. In Trump's hush money trial, the judge says jury selection can begin on April 15th. Here are the latest legal developments involving the presumptive Republican presidential nominee. Here's all I'll say. We can go back and forth with who Trump is, who he represents, who he works for, et cetera, et cetera. The reality is none of us really know. My thought with this story is, look, if they, in quotes, want to come get you, they're going to come get you. I've spoken about this many times. They've created a legalese society, one in which they've created so many codes, policies, and procedures that by your very existence and through no fault of your own, you are in a violation every single day of your life of their legal system. You are basically illegal under their terms by your very existence. If they want to come after you, they're going to come after you. It's a big club, and if you're not in it, or if you go against them, they will find a way through their legal code system to take you down. It reminds me of the Christian scripture to build your treasure in heaven and seek first the kingdom of heaven. Any treasure here basically is fraught with the potential for destruction. They own it. If you think this is the creator's world, the creator of your spirit and your consciousness, you might want to think again. This is their world. The devil always comes for his due. In science news from the BBC, CERN, scientists search for mysterious ghost particles. Some physicists have long speculated that mysterious ghost particles in the world around us could greatly advance our understanding of the true nature of the universe. Now, scientists think they found a way to prove whether or not they exist. Europe's Center for Particle Research, CERN, has approved an experiment designed to find evidence for them. The new instrument will be 1,000 times more sensitive to such particles than previous devices. It will smash particles into hard surface to detect them instead of against each other, like CERN's main device, the Large Hadron Collider. Okay, so apparently CERN is up to their old tricks, and now there's going to be some new mechanism besides the well-known Large Hadron Collider. As they continue to present this science narrative, I call it scientism, of these basically the division of the atom, okay, and the so-called discovery of smaller and smaller particles. All right, so again, like anything in science, I always ask, where's the proof? Where's the evidence? Where's the independent research? Where's the collaboration? What I'm finding is the same thing with the micro world as I'm seeing with the macro world. We're being presented with a story labeled as science, a story that can't be demonstrated or substantiated, a story that's becoming more like a fairy tale and a myth than something approaching fact. Whether or not they are actually finding these smaller and smaller particles, I don't know. My discernment and my intuition says no. Like we frequently say, well, how could so many people be in on it? It's not that so many people are in on it. It's so many people are basically indoctrinated and deluded, even at the highest levels. We see this even in the medical system. When you are invested in the system, you start to operate, behave, and even think in ways that will preserve your investments. You then become less objective, reasonable, and logical, and more emotional in your approach because you stand to lose greatly. My suspicion is that's what we're seeing not only in the macro world with these astronomers, these astrophysicists, these people who keep getting these degrees in this field, but also the same thing in the world of, let's say, physics. This idea that we have probably some organizations controlling a deception and perpetrating it from the very top, but most of the participants are unwitting dupes. All right, folks, that'll do it for the news, and that'll do it for another Z show. I cut the news short because it was a rather long show. I try to go for 3 hours and change with these shows, give or take. But especially the last few months, I've been going rather long with a lot of them. Maybe it's a good thing. Kind of is what it is at this point. All right, everybody. Let me get my camera back on. I'll do my official closing. What did you say, Rat Blood? I feel it's just careful it doesn't backfire. Much love, Rat Blood. Not sure the reference about the backfiring. You know, it's funny, Rat Blood. I was gonna play a little music from the new group, Casually Committed. I believe you know who they are. There's two or three songs in particular I like. Thank you for introducing me to that music, Mr. Rat Blood. Just came to mind when I saw you. All right, folks. Like I said, show's over. Much love. If the fates are willing and my voice holds up, we'll do it again tomorrow. Same Z time, same Z channel. All right. Much love, everybody. Peace.